Okay, Shalom Israel. Slot keep running a little late. We were supposed to start at 10:15. A couple things had to happen, but anyway, hope everybody's having a 12 Shabbat. Just a reminder: starting Monday night is the beginning of Feast of Tabernacles, and we're going to have our gathering later on in the week. But anyway, shout out isbhpk Houston, isbhpk Virginia, isbhpk Rochester, New York. I'm Cabo Cobb teaching in Guatemala and teaching his camp in Los Angeles, California. Shalom, greetings to everybody out there. What else we got going on before we start our prayers? Everything good?
Okay.
All right, so let's get it rocking and rolling, man. Let's send our prayers up.
Okay.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathanawa. Awar. Zayawam. Thawada. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us light this day. Thanks, so be it.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathanawa. Rayach. Nayachacha. Thawada.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine Wapunya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathanawa. Hashabbat. Vashalom. Thawada. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasya.
Anasya.
Ayanyamya.
Ayanyamya.
Pahaya. Ma'aya. Yabu'a. Isaiah. Yabu'a. Yahweh. Sha'aisha. Shemaiah. Wa'aratiza. La'a. Yonathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'a. Nawam. Sheshemoyah. Ana. Yala'a. Nawam. Wala'a. Yashan. Sheshewamar. Yashala. Yahweh. Shemoyah. Yahweh. Cesaria. Ayo. Yanyamya. Yad. Hashemash. Yala'a. Hakaya. Bayawam. Wala'a. Balabana. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashemoyah. Makol. Right. Yashemar. Pasha. Yahweh. Yashemar. Abulakia. Wabu'aya. Ma'aitha. I will Amen.
Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber, nor sleep, or will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasha'Allah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper, Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharallah.
Yahweh.
Elohayinu. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yasharallah. Yahweh. Elohayinu. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yasharallah. Yahweh. Elohayinu. Yahweh. Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa,
Shabbat
Shemaya, Quadash, Haya, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwatka, Taba'a, Ratazaka, Haya, Aisha, Ba'aratiza, Kawa, Haya, Bashemaya, Natalanawa, Lacham, Ko, Yawam, Wasalachana, Chawatina, Kasalachana, Watina, Wala Up, Thabya'na, Benisawar, Abo, Hawashayna, Mayan, Roy, Kaya, Laka, Amalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahathapa'arat, La'ai Walamya. Amen.
Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. 10 Commandments. La'ayahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Ayo, Hanya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'a, La'ayna, Laka, Pasor, Wala'a, Ta'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a, Salach Wacha, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakor, Ayawam, Hashabat, Laquadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a, Haratazak.
Thou shalt not kill. Mercy.
Number 7. La'a, Thana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a, Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a, Ta'ayna, Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a, Thachalat, Ko, Asherah, Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law. Everybody sit.
Okay. Where we left off last week, if I'm not mistaken, we left off with the passing of Rehoboam and how the Egyptians sat back here under the king Shishak, ransacked. They didn't ransack Jerusalem. They just came in there, took all the gold, took all the things of value, and mocked them as they were leaving the damn city. And they made
Ethiopian king?
Huh?
Egyptian or Ethiopian king?
No, it was the Egyptians.
It was, okay.
It was King Shishak of Egypt. But they were Ethiopians and supporting African nations going up there to support in the fight. I think it was like 400,000 men.
Khan.
And
there was no resistance.
There was no resistance at all. And they mocked them for not having any, which is not fighting for their land and their country.
And the contrast was in the beginning of his leadership, he was talking about how his pinky would be bigger and greater than his father's whole
army,
his whole power, all his structure, right? So he was saying he was going to be stronger than his father, and he wouldn't sit here and give the 10 tribes. He wouldn't give them any slack on their labor.
Mm-hmm.
Because Solomon ran an intense kingdom with lots of labor. And they were asking for a little ease, and he wouldn't show consideration.
Rehoboam, they said he was young, but he was 41 years old.
Yeah, that's not a young man. I thought it was young. I thought it was like 19.
19, 20,
I'm like,
flexing.
I see a 19-year-old dude doing this, but he's a 41-year-old man.
Spoiled brat.
Not listening to counsel, not listening to responsible men.
Huh?
So he had his own way of doing things, and he had to be hard. He played the hard role. So the Most High pulled his card.
Yeah.
Cool. If you want to be hard, cool. Well, I'll bring this.
No, you want to be hard and not follow the laws, statutes, commands of the Most High.
Come.
Because the reason that the Shishak and them came over is because they were breaking the laws. He did even worse than what Solomon did. He allowed. He was the one sitting back here pushing LBGTQ.
Yeah.
P.
There were some in the land.
That's what I'm saying.
In the land, meaning they were just.
They allowed them to operate. That's the point. They were on that tip.
Yeah.
So because of that is how the Most High gave Shishak and them up to take over Jerusalem. On
and
top of the
went
pride.
From gold to what?
Copper.
So there was exchange from the time of Solomon where everybody had horses and everybody was riding powerful and great labor, and there was dignity in the kingdom and high education and information and wisdom in gold standard, and then within one generation.
Yep.
It's not like within like 10 generations. It was a gradual thing. This happened within the lifetime after Solomon's death. In their lifetime, they went from a gold kingdom to a literal copper kingdom.
Listen, Rehoboam was only in power for 17 years. So it wasn't even 20 years before this thing fell apart. More than likely, no, let me take it back. It fell apart in 5 years. Remember, 3 years he was on point.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the 5th year is when Shishak came in and wiped him out.
Come.
So in 5 years after Solomon's reign is when they went from gold to copper.
And the lesson was, it takes a long time to build something. It takes a small period of time
To lose it. And it's harder to keep something sustained than to build it up. The maintenance is the harder thing. Was that?
I was gonna say, you can say that of just about anything today.
Huh?
That same concept applies. Even I used to tell my niece and my youngsters and even my sons, getting a job is easy.
Yep.
The hard part is
keeping it.
How long you gonna be there?
Mm-hmm.
Or getting a car.
Yeah.
Like if you're making payments or whatever, you're stuck in something like that. Even if you buy it, getting a car is easy. The hard part, how long you gonna have it?
Listen, when that car gets to 85,000 miles,
Right.
and all the maintenance is needed. Well, how'd you treat the car from the time you got it off the lot?
Even when
to
you buy it, I
85,000.
was gonna say, even when you buy it, how long is it gonna stay running?
Listen, when that mechanic says, "Hey man, have you been changing the transmission fluid?"
God.
Well, you know, and listen. When a mechanic says, "Listen, man, don't change the transmission fluid at this point, because if you do, the metal that's keeping the transmission together is going to flow out with the transmission flush." When they tell you that means you were a bad owner at it. And you were negligent. They said all you can do, that sludge that's in there is what's keeping the metal
together. You flush it out.
The sludge is keeping it together. So all you can do now is put more oil on top of the sludge to make it double sludge. So now you got 15 more thousand miles before that car starts to, and it's done. But that's because, like you said, that your maintenance was crappy. Your ability to take care of what you purchased or what was given to you, it's worse when it's a gift.
Oh, yeah.
When you ain't got to earn it, you ain't got to work for it. I'm riding around and I'm getting it's mine. I'm
crashing cars.
You don't appreciate it.
That's the truth. And you don't give a damn about maintenance. So anyway, and this is the same thing with the kingdom of Rehoboam. So now Rehoboam is passed, he's in the dirt, and Jeroboam is still flexing. Jeroboam was doing negative for a long time. To be specific, Jeroboam was in power for 22 years. So where we're at now is in the middle. We're doing a lot of jumping because what you're seeing is parts of the First Kings is dealing with the Northern Kingdom, and Chronicles is kind of dealing with the South. And you're dealing with the bouncing of both. And some of these situations and these stories are happening simultaneously. So as Rehoboam took that L.
So this is the It's the history of Israel on a political level.
Well, geopolitical, but it's just happening. What's happening in the south is happening. Certain things happening down south, and certain things are happening up north.
Yeah.
So as Rehoboam is licking his wounds from getting smacked by Shishak, Jeroboam is still sinning up north, doing the idol thing, worshiping Baal, ruining Israel and running Israel to the ground.
But having success, is he having success?
Well, right now, it's almost like, and we can prove this verse later, but whom the Lord loveth, he chastises, and he chastises quickly.
That's true.
Right? So the Most High chastised Rehoboam in the southern kingdom immediately. 3 years he was on point. Into the second year of his sin, he stumbled. Jeroboam received warnings by prophets, like the prophet Jadon, but he just kept going. So what is the Most High going to do with him? He's going to let him run his course and then take him out.
Did he deal with that guy with his arm diminished?
That Jeroboam was a baby hand guy.
Come on.
His hand got baby handed, and then Jadon through the Most High's power prayed on it and restored his hand. And then that evil prophet up north told him that the hand withered because he was just tired. And all the things that was happening to you, the archer cracked because the weight of the animals was too heavy. And all that counsel justified Jeroboam to continue in his idolatry and allowed that prophet to stay in his position of power. So now we got Jeroboam rolling and flexing as if he's untouchable. But now we're in 1 Kings chapter 14, and he's starting to realize that he's not untouchable.
Yeah.
Chapter 14 is dealing with the fact that one of his sons fell sick. Now he wants God again now.
Yeah, like
So that's where we're going to be at. So we had 1 Kings chapter 14, verse, we didn't pull a version, we just kind of went over the story, leading back up to where we're at now. And to get a refresher. This is a refresher. So, 1 Kings chapter 14, verse 1.
Kariah, Shashavatah, Banashar, Banyashala.
Kariah, Shazabata, Banashar, Bayashar, and Mudger. Yahweh Hashem Yasharakata.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahushua Brakatham.
Alright.
Whenever you're ready, sir.
I'm ready.
All right. 1 Kings chapter 14 and verse 1. At that time, Abijah, the son of Jeroboam, fell sick.
Now we got to make sure as we're going in, Abijah was the son of Jeroboam, and at the same time, Abijah was the son of Rehoboam too. So you got to make sure we get these two Abijahs. There's a difference. So Jeroboam's son was Abijah, Rehoboam's son was Abijah. So this Abijah, the son of Jeroboam, was sick. Read on.
And Jeroboam said to his wife, Arise, I pray thee, and disguise thyself, that thou be not known to be the wife of Jeroboam, and get thee to Shiloh.
What he's saying is, don't wear clothes that show that you're royalty.
No, why was that?
Dress down.
Why was that?
Because they didn't want the attention. Because they're bringing a sick kid. They're bringing a sick kid to this city, and they don't want to be recognized. They don't want nobody to see him, and they're trying to sit back here and go down to the same prophet. The reason they're going to Shiloh is because Jeroboam's trying to go to the same prophet that had prophesied that he was going to be king. Then all the way back in the time of Solomon. Let's go back to that king who gave me some good news, and hopefully he'll give me some good news this time. Okay, read on.
Behold, there is Ahijah the prophet, which told me that I should be king over this people.
That was a long time ago, during the time of Solomon. Read on.
And take with thee 10 loaves and cracknels, and a cruse of honey, and go to him. He shall tell thee what shall become of the child. And Jeroboam's wife did so, and arose, and went to Shiloh, and came to the house of Ahijah.
Shiloh was in the city of where? I mean, the countryside of who? You remember?
Northern Kingdom? Or?
Yes, but who?
Um,
What was Shiloh initially back in the day? You remember?
it's a place of worship, right?
Yeah, it was the tabernacle. It was where the tabernacle was held when Joshua crossed over. That was the hub of the spiritual.
It was the first Jerusalem.
I don't say Jerusalem. It was just the first tabernacle where the tabernacle settled. Because after that, the tabernacle ended up going down to where the Benjamites were. Okay, that's one other story. Shiloh was where Joshua said, "This is going to be where the tabernacle stays." So anyway, so this is the land of Ephraim. Is the point?
Ephraim.
Yes, it's the land of Ephraim. Read on.
And came to the house of Ahijah, but Ahijah could not see, for his eyes were set by reason of his age.
He got older, he couldn't see. Read on.
And the Most High said unto Ahijah, Behold, the wife of Jeroboam cometh to ask a thing of thee for her son, for he is sick. Thus and thus shalt thou say unto her, for it shall be, when she cometh in, that she shall feign herself to be another woman.
So the Most High is prepping him to let him know, hey, this woman's going to come, she's going to dress down, act like she's not part of royalty, to try to get an idea of what's going on with her son. He says, this is going to be Jeroboam's son, and this is what you're going to tell him. Read on.
And it was so, when Ahijah heard the sound of her feet, as she came in at the door, that he said, Come in, thou wife of Jeroboam.
As soon as she started walking to the door, to come in, wife of Jeroboam. Shit, man. The gig is up, man.
Yeah,
Gotta be secretive.
Exactly. All that sneaky, that backdoor stuff.
yeah, that's what I'm about to say. Like the Most High exposes that backdoor sideways angles that people try to perpetrate to get their way,
Yep.
or to get what they want, or to hear some good news.
Yeah.
People have a problem coming straight.
Because you know why? Because that guilty conscience is why they can't come straight. They don't come straight because they're full. They're laden with sin.
Yep. You said that the
Righteous are bold as a lion. God.
What do you have? Why do you have to come so sneaky and backdoor if you're doing everything right?
Because I was doing bad.
Because doing bad.
I was doing naughty.
You don't have to be so elusive, man. You know, if you straight up, you could come clean.
Yep.
So why didn't he just call him up to to his basically office?
He might not have showed up. And he was afraid. Jeroboam was about to lose his son. So when you're about to lose something, all of a sudden you want to be humble now.
Oh, so he tries to basically step down to go down to his level type of thing?
Yes, because listen, listen, I'm just going to throw a hypothetical out here. Do you think Ahijah was the first option to go to? He was going to healers. He was going to prophets that told him what he wanted to hear, and it all wasn't working. And the kid was getting sicker and sicker and sicker. So these are the type of things that draw a man, break his pride, and forces he or she to funnel down to the Most High's
And the
path.
Most High forces us.
This is how he breaks you.
Huh.
Listen, I could put $1 million on the fact that the chapters before he was doubling down on sin. So he was going to all his trusted advisors, and they couldn't give him answers. Just like us, we sit back here when adversity comes our way. We try to go legally. We try to get our paperwork right. We try to go to lawyers and different things. And you know what? You can go through all those sources. But when the Most High got his thumb on you, he got his thumb on you. And those are just the facts.
Yeah.
You can go through all the technique. What this form right here says is okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't usually share stuff, but I had a situation with, I was fighting for custody for my son, and I was trying to get my paperwork together. I was working with lawyers. I talked to the paralegal, talked to my lawyer. They were getting all, it seemed like things were working out.
He was working the plan. He was working that plan.
Right. And then the Most High, the lawyer had a heart attack the day of my court hearing.
That's amazing.
Wow.
And then after that, so since he was out, he said get a hold of the paralegals. I'm working with the paralegal. She literally went brain dead. She went brain dead 2 days later and died.
That's crazy.
And I lost custody of her. I did. It wasn't the Most High's will.
And nothing you could do.
Listen, if I'm a lawyer, I don't want that man's
I don't want that guy.
paperwork.
Yeah, leave him
I refuse.
Not him.
Listen, You know, you go to the grocery store.
Everybody else.
We refuse the right to not serve this people. Listen, no shoes, no socks. You can't come in.
It's like a movie, man.
I know that. That's what I'm saying. Listen, when the Most High's got his finger on you, there's nothing you can maneuver, counsel, and communicate to wiggle out of a situation. And he had no choice but to go down this path knowing damn well he was off. He knew he was wrong. He knew he was sinning. But Jeroboam did what he had to do to keep his power. Now he's in a position of power, but that child is sick, so he's got to go this one path he's not trying to go down.
And you know that child sickness just signifies a situation where you can't control it.
Huh?
You don't have no control over your situation. And the Most High brings many men to the point where they have no control over their situation, because the Most High wants to identify, what are you going to do? Are you going to trust me, or are you going to trust yourself?
Because the thing is this, if one of your issues is being a control freak, and I try to control everything around me, I'm going to say, okay, control guy, and I'm going to sit back and put you in a situation where you can't control. If you trust in your mentality, if you trust in your logic, if you trust in your technical acumen, if you trust in your ability to process things and figure things out, then I will create a scenario that is above your skill set, above your capacity to wiggle through and figure out, to force you to serve me. This is why the Most High always deals with a lot of us in this spirit of in trauma. He has to put us through chaotic scenarios and life or death circumstances to shake us up and wake us up and get us to start praying again. Because if there's nothing diabolical happening, if the sky's not falling, are we going to trust in the Lord?
No, there's no need to.
For the most of us, no. For the most of us, if it's nothing, if the sky's not falling, you know, there's no reason for me to stress. No reason for me to really cleave to the Most High. I'm going to cleave to my logic and how I process things. So the Most High manufactures these calamities or scenarios like this to draw you into serving Him. Whether it's court cases, most of it is court. It's the laws,
legal battles.
Listen, the legal issues in the household, physical ailments,
tickets, driver's license,
physical ailments that you just can't shake.
Citizenship.
Man,
control it. Yeah.
Exactly, because the Most High is trying to teach you about learning how to serve Him, and that it's not about your control. Now we know Jeroboam was in pure double down wickedness mode, but this is still about getting a person in their pride to get their attention. We can go down all the details. If we're going to look at this story in a spiritual lens, we might say, well, I'm not serving idols, so this ain't talking about me. Okay. But if you're going to look at the spirit of pride and how the Most High starts to get a person with pride's attention, He's telling you this is how He gets a person with pride's attention. Calamities happen, sicknesses in the household, laws, scenarios you can't control, that you're at the mercy of the Heavenly Father. This is how He wakes you up. So, Jeroboam's going through all these processes to get understanding about why his son's sick. None of his yes men are giving him the answers he needs. So he's got to go to a spiritual guy. Jadon's dead. He's in the dirt. He's only one more prophet he knows. He can't go to the south, and there's already many wars going on between the north and the south. That's what the title of the class is about, Northern versus Southern Kingdom. Because this class is about all the wars and clashing between the north and the south. So he's like, I'm not going there. I'm going to go to Ahijah. He's the one that told me I was going to be the man, and let's see what happens. Right? So the wife comes in with the son. He says, come in, daughter, my wife of Rehoboam. I know it's you. You ain't got a front. So read on.
Why feignest thou thyself to be another?
Stop lying. Stop snitching.
Stop playing.
Stop playing. Stop lying. Be straight up so I can deal with you straight up.
First of all, you come into a prophet. You're like you don't know.
I know exactly.
You know, a lot of times, you know, you're undermining this man's intelligence, man.
It's that, and think about this. It's still a person that's not willing to hear the truth. It's almost like they still want to be lied to. Because what's the benefit of, like Dawiah said, what's the benefit of feigning who you are. Maybe the hopes is that this prophet will see this child and give it a different type of verdict than what that kid deserves.
Right. Or don't use my track record against me.
That's the point. Maybe if you don't know who the parents are, the child will get a different prophetical answer. It's still them trying to manufacture
And
manipulate a solution, manipulate a blessing. Why don't you just say, I'm Jeroboam's wife, and Jeroboam want me to come down and see how my son's doing. He ain't doing good. What's the Most High? Because they know it's a curse. Jeroboam knows it's a curse. That's why he's bringing his wife and saying, don't say it's me.
How come he didn't go? How come he didn't?
Because he would know who he was. Because he's hoping there will be a different verdict that comes from what this. He's trying to use a carnal or a physical sleight of hand to change what's going to happen in the council of what this person's spirit is
I'm trying
at.
to change the outcome with my ability to manipulate. That's what we all do. We want to change. We know the outcome. We know the set judgment.
He knows Jeroboam knew Abijah wasn't looking good. He was in bad shape. He was desperate to hear any good news is what was going on. Anyway, y'all, does that make sense? It's still
I'm kind of not getting it. I'm listening to his question. What you said, forgive me if I
What did I say?
You said because in a roundabout way, what I got, and I just want to make sure I got it right. You said that because he doesn't want, because he knows what he's been doing, or what I'm saying. The reason he sends his wife and he don't just take his son himself. I kind of didn't. I didn't get that.
So what I'm saying, what did I say? Just repeat what I said.
That's what I mean. I don't remember exactly what you said to his question. Because he didn't, because he knew what he was doing, or something to that effect, or he knew that he was off, or
he knew he was
off.
off.
I guess what I got was everybody knows who he is. He's the king of the Northern Kingdom. King, like, okay, I send my wife in disguise.
Okay.
Kind of like what celebrities do today when they, big enough star, you can't go out in public.
Well, it's not about this. It's not about the celebrity aspect.
Yeah.
It's about the guilt, and they're trying to sit back here and not have this prophet associate that child with their actions. They're still trying to carnally manipulate a judgment, because they think if this prophet just sees this child as a peasant child, then maybe the Most High will
be more merciful.
This child some kind of a merciful judgment, versus, oh, you're the son of these wicked people, then this wickedness is going to come to this child. It's still a manufacturing of judgment. It's them resting judgment. It's resting judgment. It's trying to control the judgment the Most High has set out for that child.
The outcome?
Yeah. That's what resting means, to control the judgment the Most High already has set up.
But at the same time, is it because it's easier for her to disguise herself than for him to disguise himself?
Yeah, because he will know him. The guy knows him.
That's what you said. I think that's what you said in response. Okay.
Just if I could help with this, 2 verses.
Yeah.
Ecclesiastes, in the Apocrypha, Ecclesiastes, chapter 19, in verse 26.
Ecclesiastes chapter 19 and verse 26.
Start at verse 25.
Ecclesiastes chapter 19 and verse 25 reads, there is an exquisite subtlety.
He says there's an exquisite subtlety, meaning there's a subtle and subtle trickery. It's trickery is what subtle is. It's trickery.
Yeah.
It's sneaky. He said there's an exquisite subtlety. It's really it's a calculated treachery and trickery that people use. That they have a premeditated notion. I want to hear good news, but I don't want to do the things that are good. But I want to hear good news. So how do I get what I want without me having to change who I am? So me getting what I want without me having to change, I'm gonna employ some type of trickery. That's what people do. I don't want to change who I am as a man or a woman, but I want good things.
I want good things.
I want good things, and I want to be accepted.
They want to have the cake and eat it too.
I want to have my cake. I want it both ways, but I don't want to change nothing. So I'll devise a plan, a sneaky plan, to get what I want without me having to change. Read on.
And the same is unjust.
And he calls that trickery unjust. It's wicked. Read on.
Ninja stuff right there.
And there is one that turneth aside to make judgment appear.
And that's somebody that's changed. That's why they're changing their whole appearance. They've demoted themselves from being kings and royalty to just regular people. They came out of those royal clothes to alter the image of how they're received. Go ahead.
And there is a wise man that justifieth in judgment.
And this is somebody this is the answer that they come up with to figure this is how I'm going to get what I want. Read.
Verse 26. There is a wicked man.
He said there's a wicked man. Go ahead.
That hangeth down his head sadly.
I hang my head down sadly. Oh,
I show fake contrition.
That's fake contrition. It's not real. It's not real sorrow. It's fake sorrow. Go ahead.
But inwardly he is full of deceit.
It said, but inwardly, inside, that person is not really contrite at all. They're just faking it. They're faking it to give the Most High the appearance. I know until I get what I want, I'm going to portray myself to be a certain way. I'm a fake humble to get what I want. I'm a fake cry to get what I want.
If Jeroboam really wanted to change, he would have sent prayer to the Most High.
Right.
But because he didn't want to serve the Most High and bow the knee down, he had to go a different way to get the answer that he was trying to get from the Most High.
Exactly.
Same as the thief and the robber.
There's no doubt. He was going back door.
Ecclesiastes 35 and 16.
Ecclesiastes chapter 35 and verse 16.
16 to 17, then go back to 19.
He's working.
He that serveth the Lord shall be accepted with favor.
It say he that what?
He that serveth the Lord shall be accepted with favor.
See, if you serve the Lord, you'll be accepted with what?
Favor.
No, you ain't got to worry about faking it. The Most High will accept you. Read on.
And his prayer shall reach unto the clouds.
And how far shall your prayers go if you're doing right?
Unto the clouds.
It says his prayer shall reach unto the clouds. Read on.
The prayer of the humble pierceth the clouds.
It says the prayers of the humble pierce the clouds, man. That's how you get the Most High's attention. You got to be really humble, really sincere. Read.
And till it come nigh, he will not be comforted, and will not depart, till the Most High shall behold the judge righteously.
And he said a humble person will stay there until they get the right word from the Most High.
God.
They're not going nowhere, but they're gonna come correct. Now go back to Ecclesiastes 19.
It was 36, right?
Ecclesiastes
27 and 28 on Ecclesiastes 19.
Ecclesiastes chapter 19 and verse 27.
Read.
Casting down his countenance.
Go ahead.
And making as if he heard not.
Go ahead.
Where he is not known, he will do thee a mischief.
It said where he's not known, he's going to go back to doing his wickedness, his trickery. Read.
Before thou be aware.
Go ahead.
And if for want of power,
and because he doesn't have at the time, he doesn't have control at this particular time. There's no control. So what does he do when there's no control? Read.
He be hindered from sinning.
He's gonna act like he's humble and on point. I'm gonna act like I'm doing things just.
Because I don't have the freedom to do what I want.
And also I'm not around people where I can let my hair down and be me.
Yep.
I got eyes on me. So because I got eyeballs on me, I'm gonna act a certain way. But as soon as I don't have no eyes on me, and I'm gonna do what? Read.
Yet when he findeth opportunity, he will do evil. A man may be known by his look.
That's it. So that's the point. The point is people fake humble, fake contrition to get what they want, and as soon as they get what they want, they go back to doing wickedness. It wasn't really about the change. It wasn't really about also being humble to get the Most High's acceptance. That's somebody that's trying to do backdoor things.
Yep.
I want the Most High's acceptance without actually giving him the right sacrifice. And that's what he's doing. That's the whole thing is a play. It's an actor. He's an actor. She's an actress, and he's an actor.
Yep. Perfect sense to water.
Okay. So Let's continue.
Con. 1 Kings chapter 14 and verse 6. And it was so, when Ahijah heard the sound of her feet, as she came in at the door, that he said, Come in, thou wife of Jeroboam. Why feignest thou thyself to be another? For I am sent to thee with heavy tidings.
Her answer was, I'm sent to thee with heavy tidings.
Oh man, trying to bribe me.
Sad story.
Sad, fake sad.
Then you know the waterworks is coming in now, the tears
Yeah,
are
you know
flowing.
the tears come.
My baby.
Yeah.
Sadness is kicking in. I'm unhappy. All these bad things happening to our baby boy. Read on.
Trying to tap into the sentiment.
The sentiment.
Of
God.
the prophet.
God.
And that's for the purpose of manipulation.
Especially if since the cover's blown. Now the cover's blown. I gotta go sentimental now.
Yeah, you got what else?
You too
got?
are a father, right? You know how I feel, right? Pray for my son. But read on. Either be that intermediary and look after my son, or give me some good news. Read on.
Go, tell Jeroboam, thus saith the Most High, power of Israel, for as much as I exalted thee
And
from among the
funny
people.
part, I don't want to say this, but you would think if you really cared about your son, like you say you do, then you would have been in order with the Most High to see protect your children.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You should have been praying. The least Jeroboam could have did was send some prayers up.
You should have thought about that before you got into idolatry.
Huh?
But people get into what they do what they want to do, and they forget that there's a consequence on their side.
Huh? There's a consequence for freedom. There's a consequence for individualism. There's a consequence for breaking the law.
Yeah.
There's a consequence for selfishness. There's a gain there too. There's a gain and there's a consequence. And people have to understand that there's all the choices we make, there's pros and cons to it. There's consequences for dedication and commitment. There's pros and cons for every choice we make. So let's keep going.
For as much as I exalted thee from among the people, and made thee prince over my people, Israel.
So I gave you a chance to lead your people because of Solomon's wickedness. Read on.
And rent the kingdom away from the house of David, and gave it thee, and yet thou hast not been as my servant David, who kept my commandments, and who followed me with all his heart, to do that only which was right in mine eyes.
And what you're going to see as a reoccurring theme in Kings and Chronicles is that David's outlook and his mindset and his consciousness towards the Most High was the gold standard of what kings and how kings should operate. And you're going to read all throughout the chapters about if these men were close to him, if they were in the middle, or if they completely fell short of the bar. What you're going to see, even in the Most High's eyes, is that there's different calibers and standards of men that the Most High measures all of us by. If the Most High, and you're going to read this, he's saying that David didn't measure up. Jeroboam didn't measure up to David's standards. This is what the prophet is telling Jeroboam's wife. Jeroboam didn't measure up to David's standards. What you're going to also hear is a bunch of other kings that didn't measure up to David's standard. You're going to read in the scriptures about men who sinned, who allowed idolatry to run rampant, that didn't measure up to David's ways. And you're going to realize you're going to find people that didn't allow idolatry, that didn't measure up to David. We're going to go into that hopefully by today. And what that shows is that there are different calibers of men. There's different calibers of sacrifice. There's different calibers of commitment. There's different calibers of dedication. And this is what the Most High is showing us through kings. Now, the Most High is showing us that's the expectation of kings and how he viewed kingship. Do you think it's any different from mankind? And how the Most High rates and measures us based upon our willingness to push ourselves past our comfort levels? This is what you're going to see a reoccurring theme in the scriptures. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure I finished that
I
vein.
completely
But you're
get
good.
it. And this alone kills the argument of what? I don't have to do it like you. One of the famous sayings of Israel is, well, I don't have to do it like you to be spiritual.
Yep.
Right. Your
But the Lord's own word said, the Most High's word said,
You didn't do it like David did it.
so your words of, I don't have to do it like you to be spiritual or to be accepted or to be righteous, that's not true. No, you'll be a form of righteousness, but the Most High is demanding the servant that He accepted, you must model, you must trace, you must emulate and conform yourself to the accepted standard He created.
And this point and this concept that we understand that we're saying is going to crescendo even more when we talk about King Asa. And hopefully we'll get to King Asa today. Because Asa was a perfect example of a man that did righteous. But there was limitations in how far he pushed in righteousness. And how the Most High was okay with Asa. But he also chastised him because he didn't give at the level that he was supposed to give. And that lets us know as we go through King Asa, and I don't want to go too much more into it, is that there is such thing as gold work, silver work, precious stones work, wood, hay, and stubble. And a lot of times Israel doesn't want to accept that there's different levels of effort, which means there's different levels of blessings. There's different levels of acknowledgement that the Most High is going to have for our people. Everybody wants to complain about how hard their life is. Well, if your life was easier, maybe your effort won't be enough to get to the kingdom. Israel wants to sit back and look at what they suffer and go through for the Most High as a curse. What y'all don't realize is what you suffer is what justifies you in the kingdom. What you willfully suffer, not just what you suffer. People suffer and they complain, and all that suffering don't mean shit.
Yeah.
If the things that you willfully give up, the things that you willfully sacrifice is your badge of honor. That's what separates the quote-unquote men from the boys, which is far beyond the law, which goes way beyond the law. Because once again, Asa is going to be the proof. So let's continue. So the prophet is telling Jeroboam, listen, man, Jeroboam's wife, you had an opportunity to lead your people. You sinned. You pushed idolatry into the kingdom. There's a consequence to that. Read on.
Verse 9. But has done evil above all that were before thee.
So Jeroboam's evil surpassed the evil of the people before him. Read on.
For thou hast gone and made thee other gods and molten images to provoke me to anger, and has cast me behind thy back.
And the Most High was put third, fourth, fifth on the totem pole. He wasn't even a priority in Jeroboam's kingdom. Read on.
Therefore, behold, I will bring evil upon the house of Jeroboam, and will cut off from Jeroboam him that pisseth against the wall.
This says the Most High is going to cut off from the house of Jeroboam him that pisseth against the wall. What gender can piss against the wall? Men. So, and if you hear that, you just think of a dog. And when I think of a dog. Because dogs pee along the side of the wall a lot. So the point is this: he's like, the prophecy is that the Most High is going to wipe out all of the genealogies, the male genealogy of Jeroboam. He's going to take the entire family line out. And that goes back to the point we were talking about earlier. Meaning, after 2 years of sin, the Most High quickly stung Rehoboam. Pow! Took all his gold. That was a reprimand. Jeroboam was allowed to reign 22 years. He let him run his course, but he's going to kill all his family off.
That's crazy.
That's how the Most High deals with people that disgust him. And that's how you understand why this country is still thriving and still going. We know it's on a decline. But the Most High isn't chastising and correcting this country in measure. He lets it run its course. And he's going to completely annihilate it.
Until he's sick of it.
Oh yeah, exactly. So he lets the people he don't care about, he lets run their course. He doesn't chastise. If you sit back in your life and you always feel the Most High stinging you for every little thing you do, it's because He cares. I've heard this in sports analogy all the time. The coach is constantly yelling at you. It's because he sees potential and he likes you. That son of a gun he don't give a shit about is on that bench. He's, hey Junior, what's going on? He's going right about his day. And you are just drying out in the end bench. The extra end bench. You only coming in when you up by 30. Get in! Listen, you gonna be on the kickoff return. And you getting all hyped, you jumping, you getting all loose and shit. And the ball's going over your head. That's it, man. You got in, man.
Get off the field.
Get out the field. You're done, man. Yeah. That's it. That's what your life is. If you don't mean nothing, you don't get talked to at all. But that's how the Most High deals with the nation. He's going to let this country run its course and destroy it.
They have all the crazy laws, the crazy TV
You do what you got to do, bro. Do what you got to do, because when it's over, it's over. Because you're never going to see this again.
Most High's fair.
But He's fair. He's just.
I did give you time to change.
Yeah.
There was time given.
Yeah. But I'm not going to sit back here and do crazy and do this checking and talking. No, bro, listen. I get this. The Bible's there, bro. But I gave you all this science, gave you all this technology.
That's what you came up with.
I allowed you to power this up, and you chose Shaitan. You want to clone humans, bro. Instead of sitting back here reading the Bible. Like, you want to clone humans, clone animals, and rape, rob, and pillage the entire earth, and make a country of debt slaves. A whole world of debt slaves.
Like
you want to make a whole world of debt slaves. That's what you want to do with your time? Then you know what? When it's over, it's over. And there's no coming back. But with the people He loved, these 400 years of slavery, it's getting your ass kicked. It's water hoses. It's dogs biting you out. It's crazy. German shepherds is biting you out. You're getting water hosed out.
Firefighters.
Discrimination.
Swimming over bridges.
Listen,
under bridges.
Exactly.
Floating on barges.
Listen, you're doing Titanic shit. You're floating on damn doors out.
Yeah.
And water tubs out. You're really suffering out.
Suffocated back in pickup trailers.
Con. That's what God's chosen people go through. The ones He keeps stinging.
But
because He loves them.
They be in the mansions, they be out there on the yachts.
They're smiling,
They're doing their thing out, drinking daiquiris, not complaining.
Yeah. Mimosas
The
out.
Basquiat. Watch and look at Basquiat.
Yeah.
Hey, that's good, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm not mad at Basquiat. I'm just saying, Most High is not making it. I'm mad at Basquiat. I'm joking. His skateboard's a little bit up.
There's a lot of skateboard Basquiat was doing.
But the Most High is sitting here putting His time and attention to those that He wants. He's trying to correct people so they can serve Him.
Con.
If I don't need your service, cool.
I'm gonna let you run your course and be done with you. And this is what He's doing with Jeroboam. Look what He says. Listen, He's not sitting back here begging and pleading a bunch of times.
Nope.
He sent one prophet to get him right. Then He sent the second prophecy to drop the hammer on. It was 2 prophets. That's it. So this second prophet, listen, man, all of your male seed is going to be destroyed.
I think he should be really grateful because at the end of the day, He let him run 22 years. You know, he could have stopped it longer than 22.
But the scary thing is that his sons afterwards got little to no time. He eradicated his entire family line. That's scarier than anything. There's no more remembrance of your family line on earth.
Crazy.
That's scary. That's how He wipes you out. He wipes out your entire remembrance. And you're a subject of infamy forever. That's how He breaks you. Well, let's keep going.
Con. 1 Kings chapter 14 and verse 10. Therefore, behold, I will bring evil upon the house of Jeroboam, and will cut off from Jeroboam him that pisseth against the wall, and him that is shut up and left in Israel, and will take away the remnant of the house of Jeroboam.
He's taken out this man's entire family line. Read on.
As a man taketh away dung till it be all gone.
Like he looks at Jeroboam, his whole lineage is shit. Read on.
Him that dieth of Jeroboam in the city shall the dogs eat.
And then he's saying, as far as the family, the males of Jeroboam are gonna die on the streets like the perro de la calle, bro. The perro de la calle, bro. And it come out right out. The perro de la calle, bro. Yeah.
You sure you're ruling
Yeah, I don't know. I've been around a little. I've been in San Antonio for a long time. We've heard that statement for a long time out here. Yes, sister.
El perro de la calle.
No, this is Northern Kingdom.
Now we're talking about
We're in Northern. This is Jeroboam. The names are Jeroboam and Rehoboam.
Yeah.
Last week was Rehoboam,
Oh, okay. All
and
right.
this week is Jeroboam. So Jeroboam's going to be the perro de la calle. And what that means, what it means in a nutshell is you're going to die on the street, and the dogs are going to eat you. You're not even going to have proper burials out.
The worst.
You're going to die in infamy with no respect. Because dealing in this arena, when you weren't buried, or your bones were buried, or bones were burned, that was a disrespectful way to go out. Can you imagine it in the end times, how many people are going to be dying in the streets and just laying out there, bro? And animals, you're just going to be animals, and rats and mice going to be chomping on you, bro.
You feed the fowls of heaven.
Kinda. That's defiled as hell, huh? That's what I was watching images of, like the war in Ukraine, and they were just throwing bodies out, Ukrainian bodies that were getting bombed up in this big, like 26-foot truck, huh? They were just throwing bodies and stacking them in the back, huh? You could just see the faces were charred and burned, and
Metal objects in
their heads, and they were purple. It was the worst thing ever. And they were just meat. They were just picking up this meat and throwing it in the back of the trailer, right? And loading it up in the trailer to get transported somewhere else.
I had friends on that detail. They had to get all the body parts, the torsos,
Yeah.
all that. Man, they was scarred for life.
It's trauma.
Yeah.
I watch it for a few months. How the hell can people see this all damn day?
Scarred for life.
It's the worst thing ever.
Yeah, PTSD.
Con. Can you can you imagine bodies just staying out for weeks?
It's smelling bad.
That's
the-
what I said. They said the smell is something you never forget. That's something that penetrates your conscience even afterwards, and the smell of it is the worst.
Con. So the whole process of being out in the streets, and to the fact where you're laying out for extended periods of time, to where dogs start munching on you out, that means your body is what's the word? It's defiled.
Decomposing?
It's decaying, but it's just defiled. Nobody's even touching it. Nobody's even giving it a proper burial.
Deteriorating, yeah.
God.
I just gotta imagine the little microwaves, the little maggots because listen, you leave something out for a certain period of time, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna see maggots.
The smell.
That's a certain smell. You go to a trash can and there's maggots and you smell.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a decomposing body with maggots.
God. So this is bad, and this is the curse of Jeroboam's family, his men. Read on.
Come.
Verse 11 from the top.
Come. 1 Kings chapter 14, verse 11 from the top. Him that dieth of Jeroboam in the city shall the dogs eat, and him that dieth in the field shall the fowls of the air eat.
So his children are going to die in the city and out in the field. Okay, read on.
For the Most High hath spoken.
Let's go to Ecclesiastes chapter 1 verse 15. Ecclesiastes in the Bible.
Ecclesiastes chapter 1 and verse 15. Come. That which is crooked cannot be made straight.
So this is how the Most High is looking at Jeroboam's children. If the father is crooked, the children are crooked. And because of what the father did, the same negative that's in the father, that same negative is going to be in them children. And I'm going to take it out on them children. What you're going to read is what the Most High is going to do to that son of Ahijah or Abijah is the curse of taking out this young son. The Most High says it was the best verdict of all the other sons. Because you're going to read the Most High says this son that he's about to take out, there was good in him. And that's why he gets this type of death versus the other deaths that these other sons are going to get. So what he's saying is all these sons that are going to die these horrific deaths have the same negative that their dad has. So he's eradicating the earth of this toxic filth. So read that verse again.
Ecclesiastes chapter 1 and verse 15.
Mm-hmm.
That which is crooked cannot be made straight, and that which is wanting cannot be numbered.
And then I want to go from there. He says that which is wanting cannot be numbered. So what is Solomon saying? People that are lacking shit in their spirit, it's innumerable. It's innumerable to people that are lacking character, lacking discipline, lacking fight. He said it's innumerable about the amount of deficits that are in people. When you sit back and read Ecclesiastes Act, Solomon was in a dark place going and teaching Ecclesiastes Act. It was a lot of doom and gloom in Ecclesiastes Act. He says that the amount of people that are wanting, it can't be numbered. The amount of sickness in people, the amount of weakness in people. Ecclesiastes 7 and 13.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7 in verse 14.
13.
Oh, 13. Salaki.
Good.
Consider the work of the Most High.
He said, this is the Most High, how he works. Read on.
For who can make that straight which he hath made crooked?
Listen. Jeroboam was meant to do the things he did, and his sons had the same negative that was in him, man. So the Most High knew what was in their spirit, and that's why their verdict was death, and it was a dishonorable death, like Jeroboam's death is going to be dishonorable. It was because of what was inside of him. Jeroboam wasn't going to fight what was inside of him, and his children wasn't going to fight what was inside of him, and that was the curse. Let that go and go back to 1 Kings chapter 14 verse 12 now.
1 Kings chapter 14 and verse 12. Arise thou therefore, get thee to thine own house, and when thy feet enter into the city, the child shall die.
He said this, when you go back to, he says go back home, and when you go back home, your son's gonna die. The second you step into that city. Read on. Which means the father ain't gonna be able to even say his last words. As soon as you get into the city gates, it ain't like she had a phone. Hey, you better meet me in the middle before you get to the city, so you can talk to your boy. Ain't no phone calls. Listen, they know. What are those phones? Or those
Oh, the landline.
Rotary.
No. You know, back in the day, they didn't have them anymore. I don't think. Like phones, just regular phones.
They do have one.
Megaphone.
The phones in front of like the gas stations and stuff like that.
Payphone.
Payphone. Do they even have those things anymore?
They do, but they don't work.
I think they're like.
Then they make a comeback.
They do, but
No
they don't
way.
work.
Yeah, bus stops.
I don't think they work.
They made a comeback.
Bus stop, where else?
Obsolete.
I have not seen a telephone in like a public area that you got like wipe down the mouth of it out and wipe down the ear because all kind of crust on it.
Yeah,
Next to like ghetto corner stores.
HB Warehouse in Bandera.
No way.
Yeah.
I haven't seen one yet.
I haven't seen one in years.
I don't know if it works, but it's out there. It's like out
I
there.
think they're obsolete. I don't think they.
I think they're obsolete. But those things aren't even available either. That's my point. So how is he going to be able to communicate and say, hey, watch out.
Smoke signals.
Come here and see your son.
Pink pigeons. Yeah. Yeah.
So those things weren't even an option, right?
Wait, so he didn't have servants? So he didn't send her?
He told her to do a stealth move. It was stealth.
Oh, so she just went by herself?
Yeah, it was stealth. Most likely using plans and flipped it up against him. So let's keep going. Guys, we gotta keep it down now. We gotta keep it down. Let's keep going.
Possibly could have sent somebody ahead and been like, hey.
She didn't have no servants.
I mean, where she was at.
Bro.
I guess not.
It was down bad,
You the kid somewhere, you go get the dad, and then you come back.
Yeah.
No, none of that worked.
Right.
Let's keep reading.
Con.
Yeah, this is in the spirit of the moment. She didn't have no time to plan and think.
Right.
We like the Monday morning quarterbacks. I like what you could have did. You could have turned left. Then everything right, and everything would have been okay.
That's all you had to do.
All she had to do was she could have moved to this other city, and the baby would have been all right.
Yeah.
Then she could have called and signaled for her husband to go over there. Come
That's a
on,
Monday
man.
morning
Don't go back.
Everybody would sit back here and overanalyze what could have been done better.
Yeah, Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah, everybody want to be Stephen A. Skip Bayless.
that's what you should have did.
Everyone wants to be Skip Bayless.
That's main camp right there. You know?
Anyway, let's keep going. Everybody, what she should have did was this.
It was a bad situation.
She didn't think it out. Come on, now. She was in shock.
You know what? It's bad news, man.
The baby had to be dealing with a bad situation for them.
Yeah, it was bad. But let's keep going.
Gone. 1 Kings chapter 14 and verse 13. And all Israel shall mourn for him and bury him, for he only of Jeroboam shall come to the grave.
He says this is the only son that's going to actually get a proper burial. Read on.
Because in him there is found some good thing toward the Most High power of Israel in the house of Jeroboam.
He said there was only one child with some good in him. Some.
Yeah.
And he was like, and I'm going to take him out. Because I'm done with the father. I'm done with this whole line. That's the point. He says there was some good in him, so I'm going to give you a clean death. Die clean. There was this movie. The movie was called Thinner. Right?
Yeah.
It was Thinner. And the gypsy said, "Die clean, white man. Die clean. Don't kill any other people in your quest for power. Die clean." So anyway, this man died. This young child died clean because it was good in him. But once again, Ecclesiastes 1:15 said, that which is crooked cannot be made straight. He's like, this family line needs to get ended. Right? So, but he says there was good in this child, and because there was some good in this child, you'll die clean. Read on.
Verse 14. Moreover, the Most High shall raise him up a king over Israel, who shall cut off the house of Jeroboam that day. But what? Even now.
He says there's going to be a king that takes over the house, that cuts off the house of Jeroboam. So the next guy up, there's going to be a next guy up, comes out and wipes out the family lineage of Jeroboam. Read on.
For the Most High shall smite Israel as a reed is shaken in the water, and he shall root up Israel out of this good land, which he gave to their fathers, and shall scatter them beyond the river, because they have made their groves provoking the Most High to anger.
So what is he saying? It wasn't just the fact that he was done with Jeroboam. He was done with the entire 9.5. That quick. Why? Because they went so heavy into idolatry. It was like, there's not one king that's going to get these guys right.
Where's Dan?
I got to clean all these guys out of here.
Where's Dan at?
Dan is there, right? Dan was there.
And you said last week, they said there was Sodomites in the land too.
Oh, listen, that was in the south.
Yeah.
Listen, you don't know what, it was even worse up in the north. Right?
Tavy Campbell's up there. A bunch of them.
Hey, that's real. Okay.
Able to talk,
Yeah.
for over a minute. Listen, it was even more wild up. Listen, don't forget, they said Jeroboam did worse than any of the kings ever. Rehoboam was sinning. They said Jeroboam went worse. They were serving Baal. They were killing children.
Yeah. He switched to high holy days.
They changed. They went a month later. They went left across the board. To the point, yep. They got rid of all the Levites.
That was crazy. That was crazy by itself.
And they made any of the meanest men, the basest men, to be priests. So what they were doing in a short time, the Most High already said, man, they're done. This whole northern kingdom is got to get pulled out of this land.
So
Yes?
in 22 years, he did all of this stuff?
Yeah.
In 22 years?
But this verdict happened before the 22-year time was up. He was in mid form.
Was he the one that got the little shrunk hand?
Yep, the baby hand.
The baby hand?
Yeah.
DJ Paul.
Huh?
DJ Paul.
DJ Paul. whatever you want to call it, the yin yang twin hand, whatever you want to call it, whatever you want to do. He had a baby hand too. However you want to paint it. Nemo for the little kids. I don't know. I forgot that one. The Nemo fan was crazy. Point is, he was doing wicked from the jump, but in the middle of his reign is when this verdict came down. It didn't even get to the end. He said, "You're going down. The only child that's going to die clean was Ahijah or Abijah." And then he says, "I'm going to sit back and scatter and take the 9.5 tribes out of their land." He made this verdict in the middle of the first kingdom's reign. And when you sit back and look at all the kings in the northern kingdom, there was not one king in the northern kingdom that was good. There was not one king that served the Most High. In the southern kingdom, you had like 4 or 5 that were eyed.
Scattered, yeah.
It was a scattered eyedness. 2 great ones after David, and a couple eyed guys. And everybody else just thumbs down. We'll go into it though. Continue.
Verse 16. And he shall give Israel up because of the sins of Jeroboam.
He said he's giving up Israel because of what Jeroboam did, and how quickly and how strong the rest of the tribes gave into what Jeroboam was setting up. They went in lock, stock, and barrel. I got to give this whole just back on them. Most times I just got to turn my back on y'all and let the nations do what they're going to do with you. Read on.
Who did sin, and who made Israel to sin. And Jeroboam's wife arose and departed, and came to Tirzah. And when she came to the threshold of the door, the child died.
There you go. Read on.
And they buried him, and all Israel mourned for him, according to the word of the Most High, which he spake by the hand of his servant Ahijah the prophet. And the rest of the acts of Jeroboam, how he warred, and how he reigned, behold, they are written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel. And the days which Jeroboam reigned were 22 years. And he slept with his fathers, and Nadab his son reigned in his stead.
Now we're going to stop here on this point, because verse 21 through 31 we read last week, and it talked about what Rehoboam did in his reign. So what's happening is Rehoboam and Jeroboam were kind of operating during the same time. Rehoboam died before Jeroboam died, but they were still operating their kingdom in between, or during the same time, simultaneously. So we're going to hold off on this point. Read Josephus real quick. In Josephus, book 8, chapter 11.
So Jeroboam did. So he died first.
No. Rehoboam died first. We went over last week about how Rehoboam died. And that was why we actually went over 1 Kings chapter 14, verse 21 last week when he brought the Sodomites in the land. I'm doing a lot of jumping so it makes sense. If we don't jump, it's kind of confusing to understand.
It'd be like
it'd be too choppy.
Because the story like kind of
they intertwine. I don't want to go Jeroboam. I want to go Rehoboam, Jeroboam, King, because when you kind of intertwine them, it's just kind of hard to understand that. Yes.
They're not getting the names
Because we're reading like 4 books in one time. 1 Kings, 2 Kings, 1 Chronicles, 2 Chronicles. We're trying to get them all together because there's a lot of mixed matching. Okay. So let's do Josephus, book 8, chapter 11, paragraph 1.
The Antiquity of the Jews, book 8, chapter 11, paragraph 1, page 232. Says, however, the Most High was in no long time ready to return Jeroboam's wicked actions and the punishment they deserved upon his own head and upon the heads of all his house. And whereas a son of his lay sick at that time, who was called Abijah, he enjoined his wife to lay aside her robes and to take the garments belonging to a private person, and to go to Ahijah the prophet, for that he was a wonderful man in foretelling futurity.
Yes. But you see how he even said it? He was wonderful because he could predict the future. How about the guy who was a prophet? Wasn't some like I have Newt guy who can just sit back and look at his crystal ball and give you the future. But that's where his mind was. He was in magic world. He was in necromancy. So he's sitting back here looking at Ahijah as this guy that understood the futures.
Does this go back to when the Egyptians, their sign, Moses did a miracle, and then the scientists said, well, we can do it too. The scientists were like, man, we can make serpents also.
And turn water into blood.
We can do the same thing you're doing, which is equivalent to Esau now with his science trying to do with the.
And that's what he's saying. What he's saying is, he was obviously dealing with magicians and with people on that left-hand side that couldn't give him the answer he was looking for.
God.
So this guy's even better at futurities. He's kind of making the prophet of the Most High look like he was a magician.
God.
Read on. You get that, right?
Yeah.
That's how he perceived Ahijah.
It was about his abilities, not his service.
Exactly. And who that prophet was serving.
Right.
Because he was serving, Jeroboam was serving all kind of gods. So let's continue. We're in Josephus, book 8, chapter 11, paragraph 1. The beginning part. Read on.
For that he was a wonderful man in foretelling futurities, it having been he who told me that I should be king. He also enjoined her.
Jeroboam. It said me. You all said me? Mine said Jeroboam.
Kind of it says me, sir.
Okay, that's fine. Mine's a little different. Keep going.
Kind. He also enjoined her when she came to him to inquire concerning the child, as if she were a stranger, whether he should escape this distemper. So she did as her husband bade her, and changed her habit, and came to the city Shiloh, for there did Ahijah live. And as she was going into his house, his eyes being then dim with age, the Most High appeared to him and informed him of two things: that the wife of Jeroboam was come to him, and what answer he should make to her inquiry. Accordingly, as the woman was coming into the house like a private person and a stranger, he cried out, "Come in, O thou wife of Jeroboam. Why concealest thou thyself? Thou art not concealed from the Most High."
Come on, that's us. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Most High is not. He sees our true
self,
desire, but who we really are.
Even though we think we're doing something, we think we're hiding or disguising.
We think we're smart.
Yeah.
Khan, read on.
Khan, thou art not concealed from the Most High, who have appeared to me and informed me that thou was coming, and have given me in command what I shall say to thee. So he said that she should go away to her husband and speak him thus: Since I made thee a great man when thou was little, or rather was nothing, and rent the kingdom from the house of David and gave it to thee, and thou hast been unmindful of the molten gods and honored them.
Thou hast been unmindful of these benefits.
It says, and gave it to thee, and thou hast been unmindful of these benefits.
He was definitely minded on molten gods and images. That's where his mind was on. But keep going.
Has left off my worship, has made thee molten gods and honored them. I will in like manner cast thee down again, and destroy all thy house, and make them food for the dogs and the fowls. For a certain king is rising up by appointment over all this people, who shall leave none of the family of Jeroboam remaining. The multitude also shall themselves partake of the same punishment, and shall be cast out of this good land, and shall be scattered into the places beyond Euphrates, because they have followed the wicked practices of their king. And
so he says they're going to go beyond Euphrates. And if you sit back and look at where the 9.5 went, they started right along the Euphrates in the Assyrian Empire. That's where they started. But they kept migrating way beyond the Euphrates, going northwestward. And they ended up migrating to where Germanica, up to the British Isles, up to Rome, up to all those European countries. We end up migrating further and further west. This is prophecy. He says you're going to start off outside of along the Euphrates, but you're going to go beyond those Euphrates. This was the curse. You're going to be far away from your homeland, your native land.
Because we don't appreciate the Most High.
Because we don't appreciate the Most High. We don't appreciate His rules and how He operates.
It shows that those that were caring about Him, the Most High, like I say, close. Those who cared less, He puts them a little bit further away. He puts everybody in their slots.
You know, it's like the Garden of Eden. The Most High has a designated place for you to dwell at, but since if you don't value and if you don't appreciate, and if you lightly esteem what the Most High got set up for you, then He'll cast you out and put you somewhere else and make your life hard to survive. You know, He does that with all the time, since the beginning of time.
And you know the reality. You know, this also proves this idea of unity is an impossibility when there's rebellion. We can talk unity all damn day long, but if people don't want to change, if people don't want to submit, Most High will keep creating smaller chunks of the body. And we were all supposed to be united in Israel. How can we work? Why did we separate? Because everybody wanted to do their own thing. And every time there was rebellion, the Most High just broke us off in smaller pieces. Listen, all the 9.5 didn't go up north. The scripture tells you that there was still a few scattered 9.5 that stayed in the south. The ones that wanted to follow the laws of the Most High. So what is it? He just keeps chopping the piece of the pie even smaller. He makes them smaller and smaller and smaller. Because if there's not going to be unity, if everybody's going to be going on their own move, then He's going to keep breaking it off.
You know, can you imagine?
It's going to keep happening.
Could you imagine if all the camps would have never split up from one West New York? How big the nation of Israel would be?
And I always say this on your point. That was the time we were going to keep our unity. If we were going to all be together, it was if one West would have stayed together. After that, it was done. After they got weak, and after they sat back here and things broke off, then it's never going to get that way again. It's going to be a bunch of different factions until Christ comes back down here and brings it all together. If we were going to be united, that would have been the time.
No, that's just.
I always say it.
For 2 Corinthians chapter 4 verse 1. 2 Corinthians chapter 4 verse 1, just on that point.
So first,
Second.
Second time. Chapter
4:1.
Yeah. 4:1.
You got it?
Yeah. I got it.
2 Corinthians chapter 4 and verse 1. Therefore, seeing we have this ministry,
and we can talk about the past, but we also got to look at the present. You know, because just like they had the ministry, Jeroboam had the ministry at the time. He had the leadership. He was supposed to be a servant to the people. Rehoboam was supposed to have the ministry. Solomon had the ministry. They were all supposed to be servants to the people, by way of the Most High being a vessel of the Most High to expound on the benefits of the people. Read.
As we have received mercy, we faint not.
He said that's why when you get this ministry now in 2022, he said you don't faint, and he's going to tell you how not to faint. Read.
But have renounced the hidden things of dishonesty.
And that's what some people don't want to let go of, though. They got the truth, but they don't want to let go of that dirty side of it. They got the truth, but they still want to be crooked. They got the truth, but they still want to be sneaky. They got the truth, but they still want to feign and pretend to be somebody that they're not, or operate in a capacity that they're not operating in. You know, I'm making it appear to be. I'm gonna make it appear that I'm gonna be in order. He said, "Do what?
But have renounced the hidden things of dishonesty."
Go ahead.
not walking in craftiness.
It says not walking in craftiness. Everything about Jeroboam that moved to save his son was crafty.
Okay.
And his wife with him. That whole thing was crafty. Read on.
Nor handling the word of the Most High deceitfully.
And you're not supposed to have this truth, but still being 2 different, 3 different, 4 different people.
Duplicit.
Yeah, duplicit. I got 3 personalities.
Or 3 motives.
I got 3 motives. I'll be whatever you want me to be to get what I want.
Yep.
I'll tell you whatever you want to hear so I can get what I want. Go ahead.
But by manifestation of the truth, commending ourselves to every man's conscience.
It says, but by manifestation of the truth, we commend ourselves to what?
Every man's conscience.
Meaning, I give myself to the needs of the people, not what I want. But a lot of people try to inject what they want in the midst of them being servants of Christ.
What chapter in Corinthians is this?
2 Corinthians chapter 4, and it was probably what, verse 3?
2.
Go ahead.
It says, but by manifestation of the truth, commending ourselves to every man's conscience in the sight of the Most High.
Because if I'm really having this ministry, it's for the servitude of the people. It really has nothing to do with me. I'm just a vessel. So it really has. I shouldn't be trying to sneak and interject my desires in between the service of the Most High. They did it in the past, and people still do it in the present. Read.
But if our gospel be hid, it is hid to them that are lost.
And this is how somebody could go 22 years and not realize that they're making a big mistake. This is how somebody can go 22 years and not realize that they've been disconnected and out of touch with the Most High.
Working in deceit.
They've been working in deceit. That's why for 22 years they thought that I've been satisfying myself and I've been on point. And that's the deception, is the fact that since I've been doing this for a while and I've gotten away with it for so long, the Most High has been with me. That's not the case. He says, if our gospel be hid, it's hid to them that are what?
It is hid to them that are lost.
Go ahead.
In whom the gods of this world.
And this is why there was all kind of groves set up in Jeroboam's time.
Mm-hmm.
There was all type of groves,
High places.
temples, high places, statues, worshiping other deities.
Non-Levite priests.
Non-Levite priests. It said because the gods of this world did what?
Had blinded the minds of them.
But what's the problem? What's the problem with Jeroboam? And if we were to sum up his 22-year reign, what's been his problem? Go ahead.
And had blinded the minds of them which believe not.
That he didn't what?
Believe.
He didn't believe. And that's what causes people to live a lie, is if there's a distortion of their belief and their faith in the Most High. If your faith in the Most High is distorted, you're going to live a lie. And you're gonna remain and you're gonna create this fake imaginary world of supposed righteousness that you live in, but you don't, because you really don't believe in the Most High. So a lot of people will create their own form of righteousness. They'll create their own form of spirituality. And that's a lie. It said, but the problem is, it really goes back to the fact that people really don't believe in the Most High enough.
Mm-hmm.
They don't believe in the Most High like they should. And then that's why they choose to live as actors and actresses. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, finish that.
Lest the light of the glorious gospel of Christ, who is the image of the Most High, should shine onto them.
And that's why it only from hearing the truth will set people, get back people calibrated to where they're supposed to be at. People got to hear the truth of the gospel. They got to hear the truth about themselves also.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And that Christ is the measure. And are you measuring up to Christ? Because that's the only standard. Any other man's standard is not the measure.
No doubt.
Yep. So
David was the standard until Christ came.
Yep.
And then now Christ is the standard. So
and you can read that also in Moses. It said how Moses did that.
Moses was the standard.
You didn't serve like my servant Moses. Yes. Most High always uses some kind of physical example.
Standards for us to live by, to let us know that to let us know we can do more. It still goes back to that. Everyone says, "Oh, I'm not following man." Well, shoot, David was a man. Christ was a man. His example was just better than yours. And can you accept that his example was the highest echelon? We should all be shooting to that, and that there's different caliber rewards based upon how close you get to those standards. It's just that simple. So let that go. Let's go back to Josephus. Where are we at in Josephus? Let's go to 1 Kings 14, verse 29. 15, verse 8.
Oh, Khan, okay. We're in line 271.
No,
He said,
15, verse 8.
oh, 2:15 or so. Oh, you gonna read through the whole thing? Okay,
Mhm.
I'm just gonna read through.
Yeah. Okay, so where we at?
Khan, yeah, line 271 and page 232.
Okay.
Antiquity of the Jews, Book 8, Chapter 11, Paragraph 1, line 271.
All right.
For a certain king is rising up by appointment over all this people, who shall leave none of the family of Jeroboam remaining. The multitude also shall themselves partake of the same punishment, and shall be cast out of this good land, and shall be scattered into the places beyond Euphrates, because they have followed the wicked practices of their king.
They followed the what?
The wicked practices.
This is why leadership is it's a stickler. You have to make sure that that whoever is coming under you or whoever is going to the next level, they got to be vetted. They have to be vetted for the purpose of people will mold themselves into whoever you put in position. It's gonna happen.
Yep.
That's the people's natural concept, is to mold themselves into the practices of leadership.
And the sad thing is, these people are going to fall and they're going to die and be destroyed because of bad leadership.
Yeah.
Is it like, in the sense of they didn't know any better? Like, for example, if you're following somebody, it's because you don't know say if you're following somebody in like in a trade, you don't know that trade very well, so basically you're going to do whatever he says till you get to that point where you could teach somebody else, but you'll be teaching him what you learned from your first person, from the first person that taught you.
It's the truth. The problem is this: we're all responsible to read this book and read this Bible, but the scary part is when you don't know anything and you're getting nurtured from the ground up, you're susceptible to catching on to bad habits. And it goes back to what Dawiyah was saying, which is why the leadership has to be about discipline and truth and this honor, because this is how we lead. We make everybody's battle that much harder. Because if you lay the wrong foundation early, now you gotta wait multiple years till somebody figures it out. And then by the time you figure out, you lost 15 years. This is why it's such a responsibility for the leadership to be on point. What you gonna say?
No, to me it seems like it's a combination.
Yes.
The scripture tells you that you're drawn and enticed by your own lust. So
Yes.
it's in you, but you need strength to lead.
Yes.
To help you out with that. So at least you have something you can see.
Because it is eventually on both parties. I get what you're saying, but how your foundation is really has a lot to do with how many more battles you have to fight as you're progressing forward. And the better the example that's laid down for you, it doesn't solve all the problems, but at least it gives you a clear template of what to do and what not to do.
So basically, always be doing your own research or your own studies, so in case like a battle comes and you already know how to handle it.
I would say this. This is what a great example of following is. And this will always, I think, keep you in a safe space. When you're reading the scriptures, when you're being shown how to operate in the scriptures, always follow the path that forces you and puts you in a position to be the most disciplined, the most brotherly, the most loving, the most considerate. Because what we're still dealing with, whether it's long suffering, patience, mercy, discipline, humility, we're dealing with varied rates of each of these foundationary elements. And if you want to be safe, always lean towards the decision that's going to force you to give the most up, to consider the most, to love the most, to sacrifice the most, to deny yourself the most. That's how you stay safe. Do the most spiritually you can in each arena you possibly can do. It's not about following a man. What it's about is the scripture does tell you to be forward a year ago. So if it's about being forward a year ago, what am I being forward in? All these spiritual foundationary lessons that we're learning.
It says covet the best gifts too.
Covet the best gifts. Whether it's teaching, whether it's counseling, whether it's humility, whether it's work ethic. Whatever I do with all your might. So it's not about following a man. What you should be doing is following the best of each man that you come across with in Christ. When I was young, I was fortunate to see 8 generals on the podium teaching at once at different times in the truth. And this was in California. And I would look at those 8 generals and I was like, what was the best attribute that I saw in each of those men? Instead of sitting back here and quote unquote following a man, what we start to learn over time is men's strengths and their weaknesses. That's what you start to see. And if it's really about serving the Most High, you'll follow the best of each man you come across. You might have a person who is their studying ethic is out of this world, and you might see a man's work ethic out of this world. You might see a person's brotherhood out of this world. Their humility out of this world. Their ability to listen out of this world. Their ability to sit back here and have faith out of this world. You're supposed to pick the greatest elements of each man you come across, so you can be the best person you can be. Right. But we know what most people do. They'll say, I'm following this person. So they'll follow a person, their strong aspects and their weak aspects. That's not what the scripture says.
They glue themselves.
You're supposed to follow the strength in each man you come across. That keeps you from being susceptible to falling apart and breaking down. Focus on pulling out the strength in the people around you, and make your life predicated on following strength. If you do that, you can never be susceptible to a man, the wickedness of man. One of the reasons that people fall into weakness of man is because they want that weakness. That goes back to you. They like the weakness and negative that they're in. And then when things fall apart, my leader sat back here and lied to me. It's BS. You're supposed to sit back and see, because leadership should be about who's putting in the most work, who's committing the most, who's the most dedicated. And if that's the basis of what leadership, you can't go wrong if that's what you build your spiritual foundation on. But most of us don't do that. And that's where we're susceptible to falling apart and breaking down. Okay? You have something? Okay. So let's go back. Are we finished with that paragraph 1 yet?
No, sir.
Let's continue.
Because they have followed the wicked practices of their king.
So you're supposed to follow the righteous practices of your leader, not the wicked practices. Now that might take a little time to figure out as you're growing what's max out and what's minimal, what's half-assed. Because once again, in every man, there's varied degrees of effort. That's what takes time to figure out. What it takes time to figure out is what man is sandbagging in the truth, and what man is busting his tail. Shamming, sandbagging, shucking and jiving. What are some other words? Blow fishing, whatever you want to call it. I'm just making that one. I made that one up. BSing.
Slugging. I know slugging.
Slugging. I've never heard of that one.
Yeah, she's a slug.
Stagnant.
It was a slug.
I've never heard of that. That's a slug. That's just moving slow, right?
It's like you shake out a slow pace. Like you're not.
You slug. You got to slug. Right the U is long. It's elongated.
Slug.
Chilling.
I heard that.
Okay.
Moving at your own pace. Chilling.
But that you start finding out that down the line. That you're supposed to give yourself to the people who operate with the highest intensity and the highest intentions around. That's what matters. Years in, time, that don't matter. Because you gotta find a way to stay powered up and to stay strong in serving the Most High in Christ. And you gotta follow strength in each of the arenas that you need to be strong at. As long as a person's desire to be strong is there and their effort matches their words, that's what you sit back here and power up on and couple that in the scriptures. That's how you stay on top in all the multiple arenas that there is in the work. Continue, sir.
Come. And have worshipped the gods that he made, and forsaken my sacrifices. That's the ending of that line. So.
Let's keep going with the whole paragraph.
Come. But do thou, O woman, make haste back to thy husband, and tell him this message. But thou shalt then find thy son dead, for as thou enterest this city, he shall depart this life. Yet shall...
You notice the pattern? He did it with this guy, and he also did it with David. When David sinned with Bathsheba, he had the same scenario. He had that same.
You know, it's because he got to hit you where it hurts.
Yeah.
What else is going to affect this man and shake him and let him know that I mean business? I got to take this goodly kid that you love. I got to take your favorite. Read on.
Yet shall he be buried with the lamentation of all the multitude, and honored with a general mourning. For he is the only person of goodness of Jeroboam's family.
That's crazy. He was the only good spirit. So that's why he dies honorably.
You know what's good about him?
No, it don't say.
It don't say. But there was good.
But the Most High knows in his spirit there was good.
Because this, I don't want to interrupt 1,000 times. But it shows that the Most High is fair.
Yep.
It's another angle to show the Most High is fair. Even how he put him down.
He put him down honorable.
It was humane.
Yep.
People have this idea the Most High is a monster. He's this bad guy, bro. Listen, when he executes judgment, he does it because we pushed him to that point. We pushed the Most High.
Yep.
We forced the Most High's hand out.
Yep.
We make the Most High do things that, oh, I can't believe he pushed slavery.
Yeah.
Why would he do that? Listen, bro, what did you do?
And what did your family, what did your forefathers do? And what your forefathers do has a consequence. It's that simple. The things we do, you know, our sins. Guess what? Guess who has to suffer because of our dumb decisions?
Our children.
Our children. We want to sit back here and be foolish and run the streets and be in the club. Guess what happens? Guess who suffers? The children. The ribs, the kids. They all suffer. Our BS ends up. The children end up suffering because we're selfish. Those are facts.
Yeah.
And then you know what? They can sit back all day long and say, "Well, I saw my daddy do it, so I'm gonna do it." Well, guess what's gonna happen? Now this cycle is gonna happen to your next set of kids.
Yes.
What's crazy? If you hated it so bad, why are you doing it? Because you got that same poo-poo in you, right?
Yeah.
You got that same dung in you, right?
Yeah. It's dung, right?
It's dung, right?
Dung of man.
It's better to say dung than the other one, right? But let's keep going. We gotta get out of a chapter today. We gotta do more than a chapter. Damn, man. We've been on chapters forever. Right? One chapter a day on the Sabbath. Can we get 3? Can you shoot for 3 today? Let's keep going,
Line
2 hours in, bro. Read on,
When the prophet had foretold these events, the woman went hastily away with a disordered mind.
And this is the answer as to why she didn't slow things down and think it out. She was shook. She was shook. She was Harrison Ford frantic. She was stressed out. She was frantic. She was disordered in her mind. She didn't know what to do. Read on.
And greatly grieved at the death of the forenamed child. So she was in lamentation as she went along the road.
She was stressing as she was walking back home. Read on.
And mourned for the death of her son that was just at hand.
What about the kids you sacrificed, though? That's how one side we still are.
Yeah.
You're mourning for your kids.
Because he was still doing Molech stuff.
Come on, bro.
He was still doing Baal stuff.
It's still one-sided. We're still one-sided.
Yeah.
You're mourning, oh, it's my kid. My kid matters. But you didn't think about all the kids you sacrificed?
Yeah.
Only when it affects you, now it's time to get right.
All facts.
But what about the people we affect?
All the lives you ruined.
We don't care, bro.
There you go. Let's keep going.
She was indeed in a miserable condition at the unavoidable misery of his death, and went apace.
So she sped up. Went apace, went faster. When your anxiety is flowing, and you're stressed, you start moving your adrenaline. You start moving faster than normal. You look up, you're at the house, and the kid's dead. Read on.
but in circumstances very unfortunate because of her son. For the greater haste she made, she would the sooner see her son dead.
This is the point. Wow. She was stressed. She was panicked. She started walking fast. She didn't know what to do, and she killed her son faster. Yeah, read on. Literally.
Yet was she forced to make such haste on account of her husband.
Because she was like, my husband wants to know where I'm at. I gotta get home to tell my husband. You could just tell she was stressed out, and she didn't think it through.
It was a hell of a day, bro.
And there were no cell phones. She had to get back. Read on.
Accordingly, when she was come back, she found that the child had given up the spirit, as the prophet had said, and she related all the circumstances to the king.
So listen, bad news, bad situation. The child died. The child was buried. Elfin. Okay? Now let's continue and go to 1 Kings chapter 14, verse 29 through chapter 15, verse 8. We're jumping, like I said, in between verse 21 to 28 we read last week. It's going to be verse 29.
First Kings chapter 14 and verse 29. Now the rest of the acts of Rehoboam and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah?
Mm-hmm.
And there was war between Rehoboam and Jeroboam all their days.
When Rehoboam and Jeroboam were kings, they were constantly in conflict. They were constantly in war. The north versus the south was a real thing in Israel amongst our people. There was real beef, there was real animosity, and they were fighting in skirmishes based on that. Read on.
And Rehoboam slept with his fathers and was buried with his fathers in the city of David. And his mother's name was Naamah, an Ammonitess. And Abijam, his son, reigned in his stead.
Now, Abijam was Rehoboam's son, and he was the next in power. Read on.
1 Kings chapter 15 and verse 1. Now, in the 18th year of King Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, reigned Abijam over Judah.
So now we have Rehoboam had 4 more years in power before he dies, when Abijam, Rehoboam's son, comes into power. Read on.
3 years reigned he in Jerusalem.
Only 3 years he had a reign. This guy wasn't a good guy either. So he reigned 3 years in Jerusalem. Read on.
And his mother's name was Ma'achah.
Ma'achah. Mm-hmm.
Ma'achah, the daughter of Abishalom.
Abishalom is Absalom. So his mother was the daughter of Absalom.
Okay.
And if you remember that, Absalom's mama was what? She was Syrian. That's going to play a part. Absalom's mama was Syrian. David dealt with that. David dealt with Absalom's mother was Syrian. Was a Syrian. Mm-hmm. She was a queen. That was how David connected those families back in those days. That's going to play a part in a couple years. So his mother was Absalom. So, yeah. So here, this is where we're at. Continue. Remember that was his favorite? Rehoboam's favorite wife was Absalom's daughter. And they had Abijah together. Okay? So read on.
And he walked in all the sins of his father, which he had done before him. And his heart was not perfect with the Most High, his power, as the heart of David, his father.
The scripture keeps showing that David was the gold standard of his heart, of his mind, of his consciousness. And most of these men fell short of that consciousness of Heavenly Father. It wasn't necessarily performance as much as consciousness. Read on.
Nevertheless, for David's sake, did the Most High, his power, give him a lamp in Jerusalem.
He says, I'm going to leave this light here in Jerusalem, and I'm going to leave this hope, and I'm not going to just cut these guys off like I already cut off Jeroboam. He cut Jeroboam and 9.5 tribes off immediately, bro. He says, I'm going to give you a little more time because of David's sin. David made such an impact on me. I'm not going to cut off his family line to be kings yet. Read on.
To set up his son after him, and to establish Jerusalem, because David did that which was right in the eyes of the Most High, and turned not aside from anything that he commanded him all the days of his life, save only in the matter of Uriah the Hittite.
It was save Uriah the Hittite, and that whole scandal with Bathsheba. He didn't go left, and his heart remained pure, and he quickly repented of his mistake. And that was why the Most High loved him. His heart remained pure. His intentions remained pure. His drive and his mental clarity towards the Most High remained pure. Okay, read on.
And there was war between Rehoboam and Jeroboam all the days of his life.
So what he's saying is Abijah was surrounded in this conflict between Jeroboam and Rehoboam. This fight was going on when he was a child. So this war and this northern and southern conflict was raging in his youth to his maturity. Now he's the king. Read on.
Now the rest of the acts of Abijah and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? And there was war between Abijah and Jeroboam.
And we're going to get more into this in Chronicles. And once again, this is important to go here so we can go into the more depth. In Chronicles talks more about Abijah and the fighting that he had against Jeroboam. Don't forget, we said earlier, Jeroboam had 4 more years of power, and Abijah reigned for 3 of those 4 years. Okay? And we're going to read about the conflicts they had in a second. Read on.
And Abijah slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the city of David. And Asa, his son, reigned in his stead.
That dude was cool. Asa was cool. But we're not going to deal with Asa yet. We're going to finish off what really happened with Abijah. So we can go to 2 Chronicles, chapter 13, verse 1 through 22. And then we'll go into some details into Josephus. 2 Chronicles, chapter 13, verse 1 through 22.
Come.
Next man, you got to head out. Ahmad, you're going to read the scriptures, and how are you going to read the Josephus? Well, we'll get him first, and then we'll look him. Ahmad.
Come. Ahmad, Shabbat Shal, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada Ban Yashrala.
Ahmad, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yashrala. How much? Yahawah Hashem Yashabrakatah.
Yahawah Hashem Yashabrakatam.
All right. Second Chronicles 13 and verse 1. We're going to read the 22.
Second Chronicles chapter 13, verse 1. Now in the 8th year of King now in the 18th year of King Jeroboam began Abijah to reign over Judah. He reigned 3 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name also was Micaiah, the daughter of Uriel of Gibeah.
Now we read earlier that his mother was Maachah, the daughter of Absalom. So we're going to stick with that. His mother was the daughter of Absalom, Maachah. Read on. Verse 2. And there was war.
Verse 2. And there was war between Abijah and Jeroboam.
So there was war. Listen, there was wars and conflict between Jeroboam and Rehoboam. And the conflict transferred into his son Abijah. What you're going to read on is that Jeroboam, once Jeroboam lost his son, he just went full-fledged and tripling down and still doing wickedness and going against the southern kingdom. Just to put on the side, sir. He just would triple down and he would keep going doing his thing. Okay? So now he's going to war against Jerusalem to get that power, to get that control. Read on.
Verse 3. And Abijah set the battle in array with an army of valiant men of war, even 400,000 chosen men.
So he went deep. And Abijah sat back here and took a strong position in the youth of his kingdom. And he took the war, what you can read, he took the war to Jeroboam. He took it to their city, to their turf. Read on.
Jeroboam also set the battle in array against him with 800,000 chosen men.
So listen, he had the numbers out. Jeroboam had the numbers out. 800 to 400? 2 to 1.
That's almost a million.
I know that. I know. So he says, this Jeroboam like, okay, you gonna come to my turf? I'm bringing 800 on y'all boys right now.
Wow.
No.
That's a real number. Read on.
Being mighty men of valor.
And listen, they weren't no chumps on either side. Read on.
Verse 4. And Abijah stood up upon Mount Zemaraim, which is in Mount Ephraim, which is in Mount Ephraim, and said, Hear me, thou Jeroboam, and all Israel. Ought ye not to know that the Lord power of Israel gave the kingdom over Israel to David forever, even to him and to his sons by a covenant of salt? Yet Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, the servant of Solomon, the son of David, is risen up, and hath rebelled against his Lord. And there are gathered unto him vain men, the children of Belial, and have strengthened themselves against Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, when Rehoboam was young and tenderhearted.
I don't know how tenderhearted you could be at 41. 40-year-old clown, but tenderhearted. I want to go into that word. Tenderhearted is a good word, though. It shows you something. Tenderhearted means having great sensibility, susceptible of impressions or influence. And that's really what it is. He was easily influenced. That's why he was tenderhearted. He was easily influenced. He was weak-minded. Read on.
And couldn't, into verse 7, and could not withstand them. Verse 8, and now ye think to withstand the kingdom of the Lord in the hand of the son of David. And ye be a great multitude, and there are with you golden calves, which Jeroboam made you for gods.
And this is the craziness of Israel. No doubt, Rehoboam was correct in everything he was saying. He was like, these golden calves are wicked. But I'm serving other guys down in the south. It's crazy. It's insane. Now you're a bad man. You have Baal calves down here. But I got other bad guys and idols down in the south. But Most High is justified to protect us with our gods are less evil and wicked than your bad gods. We still go to the temple and do our sin.
Because nobody wants to live by faith.
It's still lame. It's still lame because he's blaming the northern kingdom for being wicked and corrupt. But there is lower level. It's lower level corruption in the south. But corruption is corruption, isn't it?
Either way.
Bad is bad. But I'm gonna judge you because your bad is worse than my bad.
There you go. My sin's not bad as your sin.
Exactly. You're badder than my bad.
Men do it. Men do it. Couples do it. Well, you did this. I saw you do that. And I got 5 things stacked against you.
So your response is still wicked because you responded doesn't make you more honorable than their wickedness.
Right. And you only got 3. You only got 3 things on me, but I got 5 on you.
That means you're eviler.
Yeah, I got it.
Most High's not with you.
Right.
Crazy.
Y'all got 2 calves. We got 1 calf.
That's crazy. But this is what he's saying.
Still
why the Most High allow this man to live only 3 years in kingdom, man? 3 years? That's it? Anyway, it's going to go into it.
Verse 9. Have ye not cast out the priests of the Lord, the sons of Aaron, and the Levites, and have made you priests after the manner of the nations of other lands? So that whosoever cometh to consecrate himself with a young bullock and 7 rams, the same may be a priest of them that are no gods.
Exactly.
But as for us, the Lord is our
So what
power.
he's saying is verse 9 is saying you lowered the standard of what it takes to lead. You lowered the standard of what it takes to sit back and represent the Most High, which is off. Everything Abijam is saying is correct, but it doesn't change the fact that he wasn't working on himself either.
I mean, it's easier to sit here and correct somebody else than to correct yourself.
Yeah, absolutely.
You kind of hide yourself when you're doing that.
Okay? Let's keep going.
Verse 10. But as for us, the Lord is our power, and we have not forsaken him. And the priests which minister unto the Lord are the sons of Aaron.
What's unexplained is that maybe when he went to war he was in the right spirit, but shortly afterwards he went left eye. Maybe when he was fighting he was feeling righteous eye. When he won, got home, he got evil eye. Maybe that's what it is eye. Because he's zealous as hell. He's on point right now eye. He's full of righteous indignation eye.
Nothing but facts. Eye.
Nothing but facts. He's dropping hot fire. Bring it on eye. Just
Into verse 10.
speak on, brother. Speak on.
God. Into verse 10. And the Levites wait upon their business. Verse 11. And they burn unto the Lord every morning and every evening burnt sacrifices and sweet incense. The showbread also set they in order upon the pure table, and the candlestick of gold with the lamps thereof, to burn every evening. For we keep the charge of the Lord our power, but ye have forsaken him.
And that's really what it's a battle of.
Good.
Who's serving the Most High correctly,
Good.
and who is the Most High supporting?
Good.
Because that still remains to be seen as of yet.
Let's keep going.
Verse 12. And behold, the Most High himself is with us for our captain, and his priests with sounding trumpets to cry alarm against you.
This man had faith. He had faith. He took a strong posture, and he was 2-1 on the other side. So he was facing again. He was against all odds.
Yeah.
It was the truth. This is the realest stuff he ever wrote out right here. But keep going.
O children of Israel, fight ye not against the Lord power of your fathers, for ye shall not prosper. Verse 13. But Jeroboam caused an ambushment.
So what it says in Josephus is Jeroboam's hearing him do the speech. He's like this. Flank him. Go around him. Surround him. So as he's doing the speech, half of those men are surrounding him and taking the flank. He's like, Moses, I won't get you. You're wicked. You took out the Levites. Oh man, these guys surrounded us right now as I'm quoting his speech. I'm serious. He's surrounded as he's speaking about how the Most High going to destroy him.
Dropping prophecy.
You dropping prophecy, and Jeroboam's like, I got you surrounded, bro. What are you gonna do? You gonna cover your flank and your front? I got you 2-1. I got numbers on you. I'm dropping military tactics, son. I got you. This is what's happening. Read on.
Verse 13. But Jeroboam caused an ambushment to come about behind them. So they were before Judah, and the ambushment was behind them.
Good. So they were surrounded. Read on.
Verse 14. And when Judah looked back, behold, the battle was before and behind.
Now we're in the trick bag.
Both ways,
We're in the trick bag. You better have the Most High. Read on.
And they cried unto the Lord, and the priests sounded with the trumpets. Then the men of Judah gave a shout, and as the men of Judah shouted, it came to pass that the Most High smote Jeroboam and all Israel before Abijah and Judah.
Judah won, 2-1. Read on.
Verse 16. And the children of Israel fled before Judah, and the Most High delivered them into their hand. And Abijah and his people slew them with a great slaughter. So there fell down slain of Israel 500,000 chosen.
That's
men.
way more hardcore than Gettysburg and all that bullshit ass fights. That's 500,000 men went down. In one day, 500,000. Half a damn million.
Blood everywhere, bro.
And listen, and that's not like, how Esau wants to bomb you and they'll blow up all your infrastructure and kill you with bombs. This is hand-to-hand combat.
That's the real
half
fight.
a million died in hand-to-hand combat. That is a massacre.
Yeah.
That's hardcore. Damn, the cleanup is out of this world. The cleaning up and burying 500,000 people? That's crazy.
That's like Detroit. That's like Cleveland. That's like whole cities.
Kinda. Dayton.
Yeah.
God, it's crazy, Keep going,
Verse 18. Thus the children of Israel were brought under at that time, and the children of Judah prevailed, because they relied upon the Lord power of their fathers.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 19. And Abijah pursued after Jeroboam, and took cities from him, Bethel with the towns thereof, and
Bethel was his stronghold. Bethel was his south base, where he did the majority. Bethel was his south base, where he had one where they had the Baal god. It was Baal in the south, and it was Dan up north. Okay, so he took one of his stronghold cities. Read on.
Middle of 19. Bethel with the towns thereof, and Jeshanah with the towns thereof, and Ephraim with the towns thereof.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 20. Neither did Jeroboam recover strength again in the days of Abijah.
This was Jeroboam on the decline. After that prophecy came from Ahijah, everything went down after that. Okay, read on.
And the Lord struck him, and he died.
Mm-hmm.
But Abijah waxed mighty, and married 14 wives.
There you go.
And begat 20.
Then he started going crazy. I'm sorry, 22 what?
Oh, you're right. You're good.
It's like Gideon a little bit.
It sound like all of them, man. They go wife crazy and lose focus on it, and stop serving the Most High.
Oh,
yes,
yes, you're in the right place. Welcome.
So let's continue.
We're in 2 Chronicles chapter 13, verse 21.
Verse 21. Yes, sir. But Abijah waxed mighty,
Mm-hmm.
and married 14 wives, and begat 20 and 2 sons, and 16 daughters.
We got 22 sons, 6 daughters.
You ain't lived for 3 years, man. I mean, he was in power for 3 years.
But he multiplied
You
posterity.
can do 3 years.
I guess, man. He was turned up, but the point is, he was in power for 3 years, bro. But anyway, let's keep going.
Verse 22. And the rest of the acts of Abijah, and his ways, and his sayings are written in the story of the prophet
Edo. So we're going to hold this and go to the Josephus again and explain. We're going to go to Josephus, book 8, chapter 11, paragraph 2 through 4. Okay. Josephus, book 8, chapter 11, paragraph 2 through 4.
If you need a Josephus, we got more up here if you want to pass them out.
Let's do it. I know people are getting settled. So once again, what we're going into right now is the Josephus, and all the Josephus is a historical, chronological history of the Jews. And as we read in the scriptures, we're going to bounce a lot between the scriptures and the Josephus, because the Josephus kind of gives us a little more history behind the kings of Israel. Now, by the time we get to the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, that's when Josephus really isn't. Josephus doesn't deal on a historical level at that time, but it's kind of important for us to understand the background of the history of the Jews, along with the verses and the scriptures that we're getting in the Bible. So the Josephus kind of fills in the blanks of the stories we read in the Josephus. Okay, so what we just read in 2 Chronicles chapter 13, verse 1 through 22, explain the war between Abijah, which was the son of Rehoboam, and Jeroboam, which was still the king of the northern kingdom of Israel. So now we're going to read in Josephus the same story with a little more detail. Okay, so we're in book of Antiquities of the Jews, Josephus, book 8, chapter 11, paragraph 2. Now let's get you saluted in, right? Oh, we didn't salute you.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai Wan, Ban Yasha Allah.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai Wan, Ban Yasha Allah. Amaj, bro. Yahweh Bashem Yasha Brakatah.
Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shah Brakatham.
All right. Alrighty, so let's get it done. Let's get started. Paragraph 2, sir.
Antiquities of the Jews, book 8, chapter 11, paragraph 2, page 233, line 274. Yet did not Jeroboam lay any of these things to heart, but he brought together a very numerous army and made a warlike expedition against Abijah, the son of Rehoboam, who had succeeded his father in the kingdom of the 2 tribes, for he despised him because of his age.
So Jeroboam had to challenge Abijah as he was a young king. They wanted to see what Abijah was about and see how he would handle an expedition, a military expedition of this number. You know, when it was 800,000 to 400,000. So really, it was a check to see where this man's heart was at. Read on.
But when he heard of the expedition of Jeroboam, he was not affrighted at it, but proved of a courageous temper of mind, superior both to his youth and to the hopes of his enemy. So he chose him an army out of the 2 tribes, and met Jeroboam at a place called Met Zemariah, and pitched his camp near the other, and prepared everything necessary for the fight. Line 275. His army consisted of 400,000, but the army of Jeroboam was double to it. Now, as these armies stood in array, ready for action and dangers, and were just going to fight, Abijah stood upon an elevated place, and beckoning with his hand, he desired the multitude and Jeroboam himself to hear first with silence what he had to say. And when silence was made, he began to speak and told them, God had consented that David and his posterity should be their rulers for all time to come. And this you yourselves are not unacquainted with. But I cannot but wonder how you should forsake my father, and join yourselves to his servant Jeroboam, and are now here with him to fight against those who, by God's own determination, are to reign, and to deprive them of that dominion which they have still retained. For as to the greater part of it, Jeroboam is unjustly in possession of it. Line 277. However, I do not suppose he will enjoy it any longer. But when he has suffered that punishment that God thinks due to him for what is past, he will leave off the transgressions he hath been guilty of, and the injuries he hath offered to him, and which he hath still continued to offer, and hath persuaded you to do the same. Yet, when you were not any farther unjustly treated by my father, than that he did not speak to you so as to please you, and this only in compliance with the advice of wicked men, you, in anger, forsook him, as you pretended, but in reality, you withdrew yourselves from God, and from his laws. Although it had been right for you to have forgiven a man that was young in age, and not used to govern people. Not only some disagreeable words, but if his youth and his unskillfulness in affairs had led him into some unfortunate actions, and that for the sake of his father Solomon, and the benefits you receive from him, for men ought to excuse the sins of posterity on account of the benefactions of parents. But you consider nothing of all this then, neither do you consider it now, but come with so great an army against us. And what is it you depend upon for victory? Is it upon these golden heifers and the altars that you have on high places, which are demonstrations of your impiety and not of religious worship? Or is it the exceeding multitude of your army which gives you such good hopes? Yet certainly there is no strength at all in an army of many 10,000s, when the war is unjust. For we ought to place our surest hope of success against our enemies in righteousness alone, and in piety towards God, which hope we justly have, since we have kept the laws from the beginning and have worshipped our own God, who was not made by hands out of corruptible matter, nor was he formed by a wicked king in order to deceive the multitude, but who is his own workmanship, in the beginning and end of all things. I therefore give you counsel even now to repent, and to take better advice, and to leave off the prosecution of the war, to call to mind the laws of your country, and to reflect what it hath been that hath advanced you to so happy a state as you are now in. Really? Paragraph 3. Line 282. This was a speech which Abijah made to the multitude. But while he was still speaking, Jeroboam sent some of his soldiers privately to encompass Abijah round about on certain parts of the camp that were not taken notice of. And when he was thus within the compass of the enemy, his army was affrighted, and their courage failed them. But Abijah encouraged them and exhorted them to place their hopes on God, for that he was not encompassed by the enemy. So they all at once implored the divine assistance, while the priests sounded with the trumpets, and they made a shout and fell upon the enemies. And the Most High brake the courage and cast down the force of their enemies, and made Abijah's army superior to them, for God vouchsafed to grant them a wonderful and very famous victory. And such a slaughter was now made of Jeroboam's army, and is never recorded to have happened in any other war, whether it were of the Greeks or of the barbarians, for they overthrew and slew 500,000 of their enemies, and they took their strongest cities by force.
That number hadn't ever been done before. 500,000?
I think it still has.
Kinda. That number is insane.
More than World War I and II.
Well, no. Maybe in one battle, yeah, but there was millions that died in World War I, World War II. But yeah, so in one battle, 500,000 went down.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
And the after effect of that would be, this is not how tribes got killed, right?
9.5 tribes got wiped out.
So there would be lots of families, because obviously these men were single. These men had families. So their families would be cut down.
Yeah.
And you read the scripture about the Most High checking men, checking kings. He said, there won't be an old man in your house.
Yeah.
There won't be male guys in the household. That's a part of the Most High estate.
The curse. Let's keep going.
As is never recorded to have happened in any other war, whether it were the Greeks or the barbarians, for they overthrew and slew 500,000 of their enemies. And they took their strongest cities by force and spoiled them. And besides those, they did the same to Bethel and her towns, and Jeshaiah and her towns.
And Bethel was their southern stronghold. That was their southern hub of serving these gods. Okay, read on.
And Jeshanah and her towns. And after this defeat, Jeroboam never recovered himself during the life of Abijah, who yet did not long survive, for he reigned but 3 years, and was buried in Jerusalem in the sepulchres of his forefathers. He left behind him 22 sons and 16 daughters. And he had also those children by 14 wives. And Asa, his son, succeeded in the kingdom. And the young man's mother was Micaiah. Under his reign, the country of the Israelites enjoyed peace for 10 years.
Under Asa's reign, the country of Israel enjoyed peace for 10 years.
Okay.
Not Abijah's. It was Asa's. Read on.
Paragraph 4, line 287. And so far concerning Abijah, the son of Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, as his history have come down to us, but Jeroboam, the king of the 10 tribes, died when he had governed them 22 years, whose son Nadab succeeded him in the 2nd year of the reign of Asa. Now Jeroboam's son governed 2 years, and resembled his father in impiety and wickedness.
I don't want to go into further with him because we're going to Nadab down the line. So let's hold off on Nadab, okay? Let's hold off on that chapter, and let's go now into 1 Kings chapter 15, verse 9. Verse 9 through 15. So 1 Kings chapter 5, verse 9 through 15. Let's read that, sir.
1 Kings chapter 15,
5.
verse.
Yeah, 1 Kings chapter 15, verse 9
15, verse 9.
through 15.
Gotcha. 1 Kings chapter 15, verse 9. And in the 20th year of Jeroboam, king of Israel, and in the 20th year of Jeroboam, king of Israel, reigned Asa over Judah. And 41 years reigned he in Jerusalem.
So Asa reigned 41 years in Jerusalem. Okay, read on.
And his mother's name was Maacah, the daughter of Absalom.
So now listen, Asa's mother was Maacah, the daughter of Absalom, which means this woman was Syrian. She had Syrian blood in her, okay, on the mother's side. Read on. Mother and father. Yeah.
Now, in verse 11. And Asa did that which was right in the eyes of the Lord, as did David his father.
So Asa was more in line with being righteous than Rehoboam or Abijam did in his predecessors. Okay, read on.
Verse 12. And he took away the Sodomites out of the land, and removed all the idols that his fathers had made.
So one of the first things you have to do when you do have a position of when you're in a position of authority is you have to sit back here and remove all the negative influences from the kingdom. All the ones who are breaking laws, they have to go. You're going to see this constant theme. The ones who are honored by the Most High remove the idolaters, remove the sodomites, remove all the people that were degrading and watering down the nation and the culture. This has to happen in order to restructure and re-strengthen and galvanize the nation. All the non-believers have to go. All the foreigners have to go. And the people that believe in the Most High the way that Israel had to believe, those are the ones who will remain in the land.
Because it was about preserving the nation.
If you're going to do it on a nationalistic level, you have to remove all the negative influences.
But now if you look at Babylon, this place right here, it's the complete opposite. It's the complete counter philosophy of the scriptures. Let's pull in every philosophy, every idea, every mindset, and let's find a way to make all these mindsets
congeal. Yes.
Congeal and co-mingle.
But even when you sit back here and look at the downfall of this place, or even the downfall of Rome, you'll see the same thing. Rome fell because there was too many foreigners in the country. There were no more countries to fight. There were no more wars to fight, which means there was no more taxation. You can keep imposing on the people. No more taxation. All of a sudden now who gets taxed? The people in the city. The citizens get taxed. Now all the servants and slaves you have, they're taking away the jobs to sustain the kingdom. So now how are the middle class going to sustain? The middle class dies. All the work is outsourced. Doesn't that sound familiar? This is Rome I'm talking about. The work is outsourced to the slaves. The middle class is eradicated. The middle class is overtaxed. There's no more wars. There's no more countries to conquer. The only way that Rome was able to sustain was their military-industrial complex. They go war. All the warriors get taken care of. They would get paid handsome wages. Then all the countries they would conquer, they would bring all their taxes and tribute to Rome. It would keep this system flowing. The system in Rome only was intact based off how many wars they could sustain. So now there was no more wars, and all the people that was allowed to come in and be the servants and the vassals of these cities, they took all the jobs away. Now they couldn't sustain them, and there was no more jobs for the middle class. Middle class was the fighters. Now there's no more fighting. So slowly but surely, the countries are eroding from the inside. Same thing you're happening here in the States.
Sounds familiar.
It sounds very familiar. Listen. There's only right now. There's only one more place or two more places that haven't been completely conquered. There ain't two more major countries. Everybody else has been completely vassalized. That's why everybody's targets on Russia. Because in order for this place to sustain, they gotta fall. All of their resources and their natural resources have to be split up. I don't know if you noticed, but the plan is to take out Russia and divide it into 20 countries. 20 smaller places.
What they did with the USSR.
They did it to Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia was one country.
Croatia.
Then you break it up into Croatia, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Serbia. It's like 6 different countries, and you bankrupted all of them. They said when Yugoslavia was in power, they were $13 million in debt, which is not bad. By the time they broke up all the countries, that 13 million turned into like 500, 600 million. And they just split all the bread up. Anyway, how they did Yugoslavia is what they're going to do to Russia. But Russia has so much more land. And they're going to break it up in terms of their resources, whether it's their timber, whether it's their oil, whether it's all their natural resources. They're going to break that thing up and make it Yugoslavia Part 2. And they're going to break it up with the Mongols, the native Russians, because there's so many different ethnic groups in Russia. They're going to break it up by ethnic group and cause all this territory beef. The same way they did to the Yugoslavia place. Yugoslavia, for years, they operated with your regular Croats, your Serbs, your Ishmael people, your not Ishmael, but your Muslims. They weren't Ishmael; they were Muslims. There was all these different cultures that lived in harmony in the 80s. And when I think it's King, it was President Tito died. After that, they sat back here and started breaking them apart systematically. They're not trying to privatize the country. In order to privatize the country, you have to sit back and take away all the government programs, weaken the people, weaken the economy. Don't take all the monies that we're going to go to help take care of the people, healthcare, food, transportation. You eradicate it. And then you sit back and set up all these policies. You overregulate the businesses that are native to the country. And once you overregulate those countries' businesses, then all of a sudden you make it impossible for these small mom and pops to survive and the larger companies to survive. And then they fold. And then after they fold, guess who comes in? The foreign companies come in, buy the factories pennies to the dollar. They were talking about this one steel factory that Yugoslavia went 600 million in the red for, right? And then once they started bombing Serbia and bombing all these countries, they couldn't sustain the economics in the city to run those companies, to run those places. So what they would do is, U.S. Steel comes in and buys the steel factory from the Serbs. It spent 600 million to get it. Guess how much they bought it for? 23. And they said 23 was just the cost of the land. But they said, so they have a major steel hub that they can branch off and overshoot from U.S. Steel. Now they got access to all the steel and manufacturing in the Balkan states. Major grab. They were sitting back here while they were bombing Serbia in the 90s, during the Clinton era. Yeah. They were bombing Serbia,
Bosnia, Herzegovina.
but that whole thing was the stage to come in, just to come in and take over the automobile industry. Remember the Yugo? The Yugo was successful, and they were a successful car. They sat back here. U.S. companies bought their manufacturing plants. There was rival cigarette companies that they had in Yugoslavia. They were bombing the cigarette company. Like, why are they bombing the cigarette companies? Why are they bombing their factories? I thought it was about taking out these crazy Serbian rebels. They were sitting back here bombing it. Then Benson and Hedges, or Marlboro, one of the major companies, bought out the company and took it and started manufacturing the cigarettes from there and started expanding their empire from America. It's all a hustle, man. That's what it is. All these wars, there's hidden agendas all across the board that you'll never hear about.
Just like Esau did with Gad. The mindset has never changed. Okay, we're gonna by hook or by crook. I'm gonna do a deal. We're gonna have a truce. Then you look up, they get in position. When the truce is over with,
they don't even tell you what it takes to become NATO. All this because we want to be NATO, everything's gonna be okay. Right. In order to be NATO, you know what you gotta do? You have to give up. If you're gonna be NATO, then you have to buy NATO products. Right. You have to buy NATO sugar. You have to buy NATO raw materials, which means what? You have to give up your independence in your manufacturing section. You have to give up your independence manufacturing, and you got to sell off your banks.
Your freedom.
And you have to sell off your banks and your manufacturing capabilities.
That's your GDP.
That's it. So now what they're saying is, if I am like, you got to give your independence to be NATO.
And then you have to bring in NATO troops.
Or NATO troops and everything. But then you got to buy NATO weapons.
That's a 360 deal, huh?
I know it's a 360 ride deal. It is. No, because you got to give your banks. Now, all your banks have to operate under the euro. Forget your national dollar. Your national dollar is nothing. You have to give up your banks and give up your manufacturing power. So if you're strong in giving up in sugar, you got to give your sugar because Germany got sugar. So you got to give that natural resource up. Because they're going to outsource you and undercut your numbers.
Is that a form of
Say for instance, yes it is. It's all colonialism. They did the same thing in Latin America. They did the same thing in Africa. So now, I could sell my sugar for, I'm trying to do a number, like $2 a bag. But Germany can do it for $1.50. So guess what? You're gonna squeeze out the market. It's, you know what, EU is like this Walmart. EU was Walmart, and the whole country that you take over is like mom and pop. And they squeeze you out, they give you lower numbers, you have to give up your businesses, give your power, give all of your industrial strength. So whatever cell phone companies you have, you got to give it up to T-Mobile now. All your steel, U.S. Steel got it now. Your cigarette companies, they got it. Your car company, your manufacturing companies, now EU got it. And to pay off your debts, don't forget you still got debts and loans. You still owe the bank interest and all these monies.
So that's what it is.
And as they were breaking Croatia, for example, they said a Croatian tourist was making $8 million a year. Guess who took over the Croatian tourist industry? Germany. So they were taking the $8 million profit and leaving the people of Croatia to pay the taxes and all the tax and maintenance fees to make this resorts on point.
That's almost slavery.
I know it is. That is what the EU does.
That's sharecropping.
That's exactly. It is organized high-end sharecropping, and that's what EU is doing all in Europe. And that's what they're going to do to Ukraine. They're doing it to Ukraine because they know Ukraine can't pay. But don't forget, everyone's talking, we're giving $66 billion to Ukraine. You know, you got to pay that back, right? You think they're just giving it to them? We're just going to give you money? We're going to give you $66 billion, and although we own your entire country.
It's a flip.
We own all of your GDP. You're going to be slaves to us forever. You're going to sit back and vote the way we want you to vote. You're going to buy our weapons. Listen, they're buying all of the U.S.'s weapons for them.
That's why they can't lose this war. That's why they can't lose.
That's why they can't lose.
You only bet as much.
Did you owe me back? Shorty owes me for ice. That's what Russia's doing. You owe me for ice. You owe me for all the stuff I'm giving you. But they systematically broke down Yugoslavia. Because Yugoslavia, in the 80s, they were saying that Yugoslavia would give all of their workers a month off in the summer. Paid vacation. Everybody had a paid vacation for a whole month. Their people were taken care of. The economy was thriving on. Then they started systematically breaking down their country. And then they sat back and used all the different ethnicities against them. But they did it because all the ethnicities were fine with each other when they were paid.
His money was good.
But when there was no money and everybody's broke, then I'm fighting against my neighbor. Now I got beef with your religion. Because now we're all fighting for the same piece of bread now.
And that's the condition of the
So
so-called.
he breaks you down to poverty. Now it's a crabs in the barrel mindset.
It's a microcosm of what Judah deals with in the States.
And this is why Israel got to stop getting their head out of the damn ghetto. It ain't just the black man versus Esau. Esau does this everywhere. Like Esau is trying to just break down the Jew. And we've been broke down now. We got taken out in the 50s out. And we were not even a problem after the 50s. They took down South America like it was this. It was nothing. We're small potatoes. We're taking the whole global with the same system out.
Globalism.
But that's globalism. When you hear privatization, watch out. Privatization means in order to do that, what's the word they call it? I got to get this word. I'm talking it, huh? No, that's not hegemony. I'm going to get it. It's right here. It's called,
It's like codification.
No. It is called, it's the whole process of establishing free markets. I'm just trying to find this word. It's called privatization by liquidation. They force you out of business by all of the regulations that the government creates that strangles your profit margin. You have to sell. The foreign companies come in, buy pennies to the dollar, and they make money off what you built. And that's privatization. We'll break your economy, buy it cheap, and then make our profit off of it. And if you don't adhere, we're going to bomb you.
Destabilize your economy.
They're going to destabilize it by taking out all the government programs, not allowing the people to eat, lowering the profit, everybody's pay, and all of a sudden strangling the economy to where the business can't make no money. You collapse it, and then what they were doing is once the business were collapsed, and this is what it takes to get. What people don't understand is what the World Bank and IMF is all about. The World Bank and IMF are the two government banks that quote unquote finance the world. But if you're already in the red, you owe like 15 million or 15 billion, and you need a loan to sustain your country. The loan comes with conditions. If you want this money from the IMF, it's like a 5-7% interest, but you have to cut all of your government programs that assist the poor. All of your free government programs that you've used to subsidize and take care of people, you got to eliminate it. If you're going to take this money. If you take this money, now you have to sit back here and change your business structure that you've established for everybody to make money. Now the laws are changed. Now the laws are directly changed to break the economy even more. Because that's the only way privatization can come in and make a profit. Because why would I, if I'm an outside person, why would I want to sit back here and buy your company for market rate? It's not. I don't get anything out the deal. I get something out the deal if I can buy your business for cheap. So I got to create the system to break your country down to buy it on the cheap, so now I can make profit. They have to take all of the industry that's thriving and break it to come in and make it the corporation scenario, the corporate business, the EU's business.
What's gentrification on a city level is globalization on the global scale.
It's across the board.
It's the same thing.
It's exactly what it is. I have to break down the economy so I can come in and buy it for cheap. It's like the East Side.
Yep.
We got to take all the business out, make all the houses worth nothing, and then buy it on the cheap and build it up and put luxury housing on it.
You know there's houses on the East Side that are 300,000, 400,000 right now.
That's insane. 5-10 years ago, them things was $20,000.
Yep.
The land was like 15, 10. You bring it down, then you buy it for cheap, then you rebuild it. Now the East Side is thriving again.
Thriving, but not,
get out of here.
But not with the same people though.
Exactly. When I went down on Houston Street and there was a dog park there, I said, this is some bullshit. White folks do not have no dog parks on the East Side. Or it was like a dog shampoo place. Like, what in the hood? You know dogs don't get shampooed in the hood, Like, what kind of crap? And it was a cupcake store. What the hell is this? Niggas don't eat cupcakes just to eat cupcakes. I'm gonna buy specialty cupcakes on the east side. They'll make some cupcakes. I'm not going to some damn boutique to eat cupcakes. I'm serious. You just go right after you pass downtown. You go east before you get to the HEB.
I'm coming.
Before you get there, you gonna see all these little fancy smancy spots coming up, right? But they buy it cheap, they build it up, and they take the people and move them out.
Yep.
And then after they gonna they'll go back to the place where black folks is at. Down the line, after they've maxed out the downtown area, they'll go over there and kick them out again.
Same thing they're doing in Florida. Same thing they're doing in LA. Same thing they're doing in Atlanta. Same thing they're doing everywhere.
But now it's owned by the corporations. But EU, NATO is the corporation. All the people in Yugoslavia that was formerly called Yugoslavia, they're broke, they're poor, crime is up, mafia is up. It was the same thing that happened in '91 when Gorbachev signed off and let the Bushes and Reagan and them take over damn Russia. Crime went up, poverty went up, prostitution went up. You break the economy, you bring the corporations in, they sit back here and buy, they take all of your natural resources and bring it back to their homes. That is privatization. And back in the 50s, when the people in South America were saying, no, we're not going to privatize, we're going to nationalize everything. All nationalizing means we're going to keep our natural resources to ourselves. We don't want McDonald's. We don't want Burger King. Polo, whatever the hell. This is what we want. We're okay with our country stuff. And you know what America will call you? You're communist. And because you're communist, now we got to sit back here and create a regime change and pull you people out of here and put a new leader in here that's about a free market enterprise. Free market enterprise just means you're going to let these outside foreign companies drain and take all your resources and make it theirs. Y'all see the hustle? That's what they do in Africa. Now, how in the hell why the hell is Belgian chocolate the shit? There's no cocoa in Belgium. You know where the Belgians got the chocolate from? Congo. The same place where they was getting that rubber from when King Leopold was in power. When he was cutting off Ham's hands when they didn't produce enough cocoa or rubber. The Belgians are known for chocolate because they've been robbing and stealing the Ham's land in the Congo, which is now presently Angola. Yes?
Oh, but everybody knows who Ham is.
Africans. Which are not our people. Which are not our people. Anyway, I'm just showing you a pattern of what globalization is. And globalization means privatization, which means the EU is going to sustain their own interest. And whoever they make NATO, they destroy and deplete of all their resources. And the people become poor and they become vassal states, sharecroppers. And you work and you live just to separate or operate the machine. Anyway, I'm ranting. But do y'all get it?
Yeah.
The new There Goes the Neighborhood.
Shh, listen, that's us across the world, bro. That's what all those banks do. It's a cartel. It's really the greatest, most potent cartel you can come across. It's all a hustle. Anyway, so where are we at?
We're in still 1 Kings chapter 15. Read verse 12. I'll read verse 12 again.
Okay.
And he took away, 1 Kings chapter 15, verse 12. And he took away the Sodomites out of the land.
Yeah, I know it, because he was talking about cleaning up the country, cleaning up the nation, and getting all the foreign element out. Spiritually foreign. And in this one, it was spiritually foreign element out. Okay, read on.
And removed all the idols that his father had made. Verse 13. And also Ma'akah, his mother, even her he removed from being queen.
He took her from power because she was sitting back here and doing dirt. Had gods, had idols. Read on.
Because she had made an idol in a grove.
Why is that so important that Asa removed even his mother? What did it show about Asa's character?
Didn't have respect for person.
Exactly. He wasn't partial. Even the people he loved, he treated equally. And it was about judgment, and it wasn't about partiality.
It was about, that's my mother though.
I always love my mama. She's my baby girl. It wasn't that. He sat back here and said, it doesn't matter. I got to take you out of this seat. Because you're not coming off of this. I got to remove you. Read on.
And also Ma'akah, his mother, even her he removed from being queen because she had made an idol into a grove.
In a grove, yes.
In a grove.
And this is why when you take over a nation, if you go back to Deuteronomy real quick, go to Deuteronomy chapter 20 and get verse 20 verse 17.
Deuteronomy chapter 20 verse 17. Give everybody a second to get there. Deuteronomy chapter 20 verse 17.
Start at verse 16.
Verse 16. Deuteronomy chapter 20 verse 16. But of the cities of these people, which the Lord thy power doth give thee for an inheritance.
And during the time that Joshua and Moses was taking over the land of Canaan, they would come across these foreign nationals that were polluted in their cultures. So the Most High said, when you get here, this is what I want you to do to Moses and Joshua as they endeavor to cross paths with these particular people. Read on.
Thou shalt save alive nothing that breatheth.
Go ahead.
Verse 17. But thou shalt utterly destroy them, namely the Hittites and the Amorites, the Canaanites and the Perizzites, the Hivites and the Jebusites, as the Lord thy power hath commanded thee.
Read on. Why was the Most High such a stickler about removing these particular people from the land and not just living in harmony with these particular people?
They're strong.
Because of their influence.
Their strong influence.
Because of their strong influence. Read on.
Verse 18. That they teach you not.
It says because when you have these other cultures, there's going to always be a tug of war of beliefs. There's always going to be a tug of war
of influence
of we can serve these other gods and we can serve God also.
That's so.
And the Most High is not about contaminating or merging these two sources of influence. God just wants to be the only. He wants you to have Him as your only source of influence, only source of power, the only source of information, where you get all your knowledge from, where you get all your understanding from. He doesn't want. There doesn't need to be a battle or a conflict of interest because you got these other gods of other nations that are fighting for power and control. So he says that you eliminate that because you don't want. You want to teach. They'll teach what? Read that. What you got?
Okay, verse 18. That they teach you not.
It says that they teach you not what?
To do after all their abominations.
Because once you start living amongst, dwelling amongst, educating yourself amongst, raising yourself amongst other nations, they're going to start trying to throw in their culture to you. They're going to start, your kids are going to now have tattoos. Your kids are going to be eating swine. Your kids are going to be doing drugs. Your kids are going to be doing the things that these other kids do because of the influence. That influence, the Most High is very particular about setting a line between unholy and holy, profane and righteous, clean and unclean. There's supposed to be a definite line, a defining line between what is right and what is wrong. And so that's why he said, listen, I don't want that taught, those customs taught. Just like we got high holy days now, this is October. At the end of this month, what do you have that you're going to be seeing on the streets? What is that celebration of? You're gonna teach your children to serve paganistic customs of where that's where they get it from. I got German neighbors live right next to me. They already got the skeletons, they got the cemeteries, they got the wizards and the ghosts, the ghouls, the goblins. They already got it up on their house. You're gonna teach your kids to celebrate demons. Because the origin of it is what it's about. It's about worshiping Samhain. But the Most High said, listen, this is why I don't want these other nations and you coinciding, coexisting together. Because you're going to start picking up, next thing you know, you got your kids dressing up in witch costumes and different gremlin masks. I'm a gremlin. You know what I'm saying? Yes.
And also their kids are getting tricked.
Yeah, that's why they say trick or treat.
You don't want the trick side.
Trick or treat. Give me something good to eat.
But you don't want to get tricked.
But the idea is to make it fun. But when you look at the origin of it, there's nothing fun about it. So the Most High said, and I'm not going. I know you. As a child, I like what you're saying. Go ahead.
Like kids don't like kids think like other people are just dressing up. They don't like they are getting tricked by like other gods.
Right, but for a child is very impressionable. They don't know right from wrong. It's easy for them it's just fun. But candy, yeah, you get candy, you get something out of it, but you're not looking at how God feels about it. This is why he said, eliminate these nations next to you. He was telling Joshua and Moses this because of their influence they would have on you. He said that they teach not what?
That they, verse 18, that they teach you not to do after all their abominations.
And that's what other nations bring to the table when you try to coexist with other nations. You start eating their foods. You start adopting their customs. Mm-hmm. You start dressing like them, eating like them. And the Most High has strict rules about what's beneficial, what's appropriate, what's not appropriate. Next thing you know your kids is half naked like their kids. Yep. And that's supposed to be appropriate. Right. Because that's the thing. That's what the youth are doing. Yep. But he said, just to get to the point, go ahead.
Middle of verse 18, which they have done unto their gods.
It says, this is what they do to their gods. Their God is the God of Halloween. The Europeans love pagans because that's their religion. That's their culture. So when I got German neighbors across the street, they got the cemetery in the yard. That's for them. That's not for us. That's not for me and my household. That's not the customs the Most High gave us. That's for them. They can have their idol worship. They can have their Halloween. Go ahead.
Middle of 18. So should ye sin against the Lord your power.
And when you adopt other nations' cultures, you do what?
You sin against the Lord your power.
And that's when you start to depart from the Most High. Is when you start to allow other forms of influence to affect you and your household, to affect you and your family. And you teaching and you're passing this down to your children. Now you're sinning against the Most High. Now you're making the Most High your enemy. Go ahead.
Verse 19, Deuteronomy chapter 20, verse 19. And when thou shalt besiege a city a long time.
And this is why he told the children of Israel, when you besiege a city, go ahead.
In making war against it to take it,
go ahead.
Thou shalt not destroy the trees thereof by forcing an axe against them.
Go ahead.
For thou mayest eat of them.
He said, you eat the trees that bear the fruit. Read on.
And thou shalt not cut them down. For the tree of the field is man's life.
Read on.
To employ them in the siege.
Read on.
Verse 20. Only the trees which thou knowest that they be not trees for meat.
He says you're supposed to separate the trees that are good for meat versus the trees that you know is not for your stamina, for your strength. Read on, because what does other nations believe in? When you look at the cultures and the religions of other nations, a lot of their religions coincide with drug use, especially ganja. Ganja is the god as an East Indian god. So ganja, which we know today, is what? Weed, marijuana. How many of our people think that weed has something to do with being spiritual?
Most of us.
How many of our people believe that weed has anything to do with the Most High? Because it gets you high. It has nothing to do with the Most High. That's an East Indian philosophy. That's an East Indian religion. That's an East Indian god. That's why you got to separate and cut those trees down that you know is not for meat, because if you allow that tree to grow, somebody's going to be saying, well, this is spiritual. This is good for you. This is what you got to do to get connected with the Heavenly Father. Because that's what our people believe. Read on.
Verse 20. Only the trees which thou knowest that they be not trees for meat, thou shalt destroy and cut them down.
Because these other philosophies, these other nations, they have hallucinogenics. They have mushrooms. They eat all kind of stuff. They heroin. You got all kind of customs that other nations adopt, and then they'll have your children and your people doing if you allow that influence to retain itself over time. Next thing you know, your kids are addicted to the same drugs that they're addicted to, And the Most High understands this. That's why he said the ones that's not trees for fruit, cut it down and destroy it, burn it. Don't allow it, because there's sorcery behind it. There's sorcery behind these so-called holy trees. But this is why Asa had to even cut it, because of the groves, those places of worship that his mother was celebrating in. That's why he had to separate that and cut her down too, and remove her out of the situation because of that influence. The Most High is very critical about influence.
Yep. But not being partial.
And not being partial.
Yeah.
So let that go and let's go back to
I think we're at 15 now, right?
1 Kings.
No, 14.
Yeah, 1 Kings chapter 15.
No, yeah, 15, chapter 15. Let's do verse 13 again.
1 Kings chapter 15, verse 13. And also Maacah, his mother, even her he removed from being queen, because she had made an idol in a grove. And Asa destroyed her idol and burnt it by the brook Kidron. Verse 14. But the high places were not removed.
And what does this also show? Once again, this was a good man that didn't go as far as he was supposed to go. He should have sat back here and broke down all of the high places, everything. There was only 3 kings, and the Most High's eyes said it was perfect in his eyes. It was David, it was Hezekiah, and it was his grandson Josiah. Those are the only 3 that were perfect in his eyes, and that verse is in the Apocrypha. Gosh, I don't know if I have it.
I think I got it. Yeah.
Josiah. You see, it's spelled weird. So, here it goes. Ecclesiasticus 49, verse 4.
Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha, chapter 49, verse 4.
Yeah, Ecclesiasticus chapter 49, verse 4. Read that.
I don't know the page. I'm on
Ecclesiastes in the Apocrypha.
page 100.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Ecclesiasticus 49 and 4 page.
You got, if you need one, let's pass them out.
The Apocrypha is a Greek word which means hidden books. These are different parts of the Bible. To be specific, this is a King James 1611 version of the Bible. In this Bible, you have the Apocrypha inside of it. But different books have chosen different book editors have chosen not to put or keep the Apocrypha inside the Bible. But the 1611 version Bible actually has the Apocrypha in it, and it just means hidden books that were removed during different empires' rise and fall. Now, in this book, Ecclesiasticus, what does Sirach say? Read that. 49 and 4.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 49, verse 4. All except David and Hezekiah and Josiah.
David, Hezekiah is Hezekiah. And Josiah is Josiah. Read on.
Were defective.
And that's the point. So you can be a good man, but have a ton of defects. So when you're sitting back here reading in 1 Kings 15, in verse 14, it just shows his defects. This is one of his defects, was his lack of a willingness to eradicate all sin. Because it would have taken a lot more time. It would take a lot more commitment, a lot more dedication that he wasn't prepared to go through. So when you're sitting back here and looking at calibers of men, it's still based upon how far are you willing to go to eradicate all the negative inside of you.
Are you going to compromise?
And that's the point. What this showing him sitting back here and having to go through and eradicate all the high places is reflective in how far is he willing to go to break the negative in himself. How far are you willing to go to be uncomfortable to get what you need to get accomplished in the spirit? How much you willing to give up in yourself? Listen, while he's sitting back here eliminating all these high places, there's not enough time for him. It's hard for you to do what you want to do and eradicate the high places. That's what has to be sacrificed. In order to put that much energy into eradicate negative, something has to be what? Lost, sacrificed. It wasn't like he was a bad guy. He just didn't want to push to that level. But the Most High called that defectiveness. in Ecclesiasticus. Because there's a defect in you if you don't want to max yourself out. There's a defect in you. A spiritual defect. You're holding back. And that's the difference between gold, silver, precious stones, wood, hay, stubble. The defect is how much and how far are you willing to go to eradicate negative in yourself and your environment. So Asa was a good man, and he did do good works. But he was defective because he didn't want to push as much as it was necessary, as much as the body needed to eradicate sin from the world, from his nation. It just is a reminder that there's different levels to dedication, there's different levels to sacrifice. And it's undisputed. We should all be sitting back here, at this time, should have been shooting for David's level of effort. But it wasn't in most men to push that much.
Right. Especially after they receive a little bit of success.
God. And then they get tired and they want to relax and enjoy and reap the benefits of what they put in. Versus being tireless in the pursuit of righteousness. Because you can't enjoy when you're on a hunt. When you're constantly pursuing and fighting. Most people get tired of the fight. Most people get tired of pushing themselves to the max. But if you want to be great, you can't. Which means there's aspects in us that are defective that keeps us from being great. Which goes back into why we teach the way we teach. We're trying to sit back and push and clear all the shrubbery and fallow ground so we can be the best version of ourselves to please the Heavenly Father. That's why we do what we do. Continue.
Still in Ecclesiastes 49 and 4?
No, we're done with that. It's a reminder, we're going to keep reading about these kings. We'll go back to Ecclesiastes 49 many times.
Back to 1 Kings chapter 15 verse 14.
Yes.
1 Kings 15 and 14. But the high places were not removed. Nevertheless, Asa's heart was perfect with the Lord all his days.
So we said he didn't sin, but he didn't push as much as he needed to for the Most High not to call him defective. You can be good, but you can also limit yourself in how much you change and fight what's inside of you to get to be gold standard in the Heavenly Father's eyes. That makes sense?
Yeah, sure.
Yep, he fell short, but he was still a good man. Let's continue.
Verse 15, 1 Kings 15 and 15. And he brought in the things which his father had dedicated and the things which himself had dedicated into the house of the Most High, silver and gold and vessels.
Listen, that vessel, man, that temple was stripped. So we sat back here and put more gold and tried to rebuild the temple. All great works. Read on. No, that's all I want. This verse 16 kind of changed into the wars. I don't want to go into that yet. Okay. Let's go Josephus, book 8, chapter 12, paragraph 1 and 2. This is going to go into a repeat of what we just read and the wars that Asa had with the Ethiopians. Okay? Then we're going to sit back and read that in the scriptures too to make sure we're kind of connecting everything. So let's go. Let's do that. So we're at Josephus, book 8, chapter 12, paragraph 1 and 2.
Josephus, book 8, chapter 12, paragraph 1, line 290. Page 234. Now Asa, the king of Jerusalem, was of an excellent character, and had a regard to the Most High, and neither did nor designed. Is that the?
Yep, that was right.
Okay. And neither did nor designed anything but what had relation to the observation of the laws. He made a reformation of his kingdom.
I gotta say this. This is what's so scary. When you read this, man, Asa was of excellent character, and he was still defective.
Yeah.
He was of excellent character, but he was still defective. What about us? That's my point. Listen, listen, I'm not going to go into it, but this is why Kyle Cobb says he's not sure about that whole 144,000 mantra. That there's 144,000, that we 144,000. The caliber of men that lived back in those days is on another level of what we are at. We sitting out here got negative every 5 minutes in our head.
Yep.
That's the truth. We'd be lucky if we're just the 1/3 Yeah, I think you understand. 144,000 out of all of the generations of Israel through all times. All times. Just think about that. Our people are innumerable like the sand of the sea. And we've been innumerable since the time of Moses. And the Most High said 144,000 are going to be the ruling class. And that's throughout all history. That concept is very scary. We're all, and we got our church 104K mentality, that we're just trying to teach people to push and fight because of this, because of the fact that we think we're maxing out. Listen, bro, we're barely pulling up the rear. We're barely pulling up the 1/3 of the kingdom rear. We're talking this jive, right? Yeah, we gonna be. What we gonna do when you get to the kingdom? Shit. We're going to be barely crawling there, hoping the Most High sees what we're doing is enough. The righteous shall scarcely be saved. Is that not what the scripture said? The ones that are trying to, this guy was of excellent character. And the Most High was like, nah, he was alright. You ain't part of the greats, B. You ain't enough. You were flawed.
He didn't go far enough.
He didn't go far enough. This is the scary part. This is why we tell people you got to give more. This guy was of excellent character. The Most High like, nah, you was defective.
He held back.
But he held back. He had things he didn't fight.
He said even our righteousness are filthy rags.
Filthy rags. I keep saying that. Like, we better be gung-ho to max ourselves out. That's our only shot to get in. Just because you know who you are and you wear fringes and you wear headscarves don't mean nothing. This is why we say when we push. Everybody wants to act like what they do is enough. This guy did it all. And the Most said, that's not enough. Do you think we're on this guy's level? We walk around like we're doing what this guy did? Moses said, man, you a good man, but you was defective. What are you going to say to you? Moses said, behold, I change not. If that was his verdict for Asa, what's his verdict for us? Oh, it's a different time, so I'm going to be lighter on you? Get out of here, huh? Now I know it's a different time and age, so I'm just going to consider that. That's bull, bro. Right is right and wrong is wrong. Either you believe or you don't. Either you're committed or you're not. That's a scary thought to have. Yes, sis?
Most of us would stop where Asa kicked his mom out. We wouldn't even go.
We would have did that. And he's like, yeah, you had a little courage.
Yeah.
You had a little courage, but I still see a bunch of weak crap in you. That's why Solomon, what did Solomon say? And I think it was Ecclesiastes 1:5, 1:15. What was that verse?
Some of us won't even leave our mama's house.
Hell no. Mama. Ecclesiastes 1:15 says, that which is crooked cannot be made straight, and that which is wanting cannot be numbered. The amount of negative and defect in us is, you can't even number it out. And walk right here like, okay, I follow the law and I do my little Sabbath thing, I'm in. Are you serious? There's gonna be a lot of cats walking out here with white robes thinking they spiritual. At the end, it ain't enough. And that's what people don't see. You better sit back here and be floored a year ago, and that's why we teach that. Only 144 is going to be the 1,000 going to be the ruling class. Look at, listen, Asa's work show he probably going to be there. But only 140, that's not a lot of people. Out of an innumerable people, it's very small. Listen, I can't get over this lust thing I got going on in my life. Shit, what do you think? I can't get over this anger thing, this pride. I'm fighting it. Shit, man, listen. These guys did. They got over it. He says he was perfect with the Lord. His heart was perfect with the Lord. But he just had some defects in him. That's what it said. All I'm saying is, if this is how harshly the Most High scrutinized this guy, you think he's going to scrutinize us less harshly? When those books are open and he's looking at what we did and what we didn't do? And how we were cutting corners and giving half-ass here and not dedicating here and giving only so much here? I'm not saying it's a mess with somebody's head, but I am saying it's a mess with your head. Walking around here telling yourself you did enough? How dare you? None of us should operate under that pretense. None of us have done enough. Didn't Ecclesiastes 43 and 30 say you can never go far enough? Then how can we put our foot off the gas? How can we take it easy? And think is I put in 5-10 years of some decent work, some 75% effort. That's enough. Or I sat back here and grudgingly served my husband for 10 years. I'm going to get to the kingdom. Are you flipping serious? I did that shit because I had to. Because I'd break the law and go to hell if I didn't. Get out. You know half the reason. That's why you stay in the first place. I don't want to go to hell, so I'm going to tolerate this. You know damn well that's the reason. And you expect that's going to get you to the kingdom? Anyway, read paragraph 1 again.
Paragraph 1. Now Asa, the king of Jerusalem, was of an excellent character, and had a regard to the Most High, and neither did nor designed anything but what had relation to the observation of the law.
He had excellent character, and Most High said he was defective. I mean, that's crazy, excellent character.
He didn't reach his potential.
And he excellent character, and he was defective. I keep driving that point.
There's still something wrong that he didn't identify.
And that's the point. Just because you can do X, Y, Z don't mean you're doing enough. I don't know how many ways I can paint this picture.
The scripture, Matthew 7 and 20.
Oh my goodness.
Matthew chapter 7, verse 20. Let everybody get there.
Man, bro.
Matthew chapter 7, verse 20.
Verse 18.
Verse 18. Jump up, verse 18.
Crazy, bro.
A good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit.
Go ahead.
Neither can a corrupt tree bring forth good fruit.
Go ahead.
Verse 19. Every tree that bringeth not forth good fruit is hewn down and cast into the fire.
Read on.
Wherefore, by their fruits ye shall know them.
It says, so you gotta, what the Most High is looking at is, what are your fruits? What fruit are you yielding from yourself? What fruit is coming off your tree? Because that's what the Most High wants to know. What fruit are you yielding? Are you yielding good fruit or are you yielding bad fruit? Read on.
Can I say one thing? And on top of that, the fruit that you yield is based off how many talents the Most High gave you. If the Most High gave you 5 talents, you were required to double that number. He gave you 5 sets of ability. That means you were supposed to add 5 different sets of ability on top of the 5 abilities you were already given by the Most High.
He said he requires usury.
And that is the definition of usury is the fruit. So what am I saying? Everybody wants to stick with the things that they're good at, to give the Most High what they're good at. You know who also did that? The wicked and slothful servant that was given 1 talent and gave that talent back to Christ. All that person did was gave the Most High in Christ what was given to him. You know how many Israelites just stick to what they're good at?
It's easy.
And they stick to what they're naturally inclined to give. And they choose not to work on the things that they were weak in and weren't naturally strong at. That is where the defect is. Not only do they not work on what's inside of them, they hate the individual that pushes them to expose and fight their weakness. But that weakness that you're being pushed to fight is what you need to double your talent to be justified by Christ. I don't see how people can't see that. People just want to stick to what's comfortable to them, and they expect the Most High to say, well done, thy good and faithful servant. Come in here to the kingdom, because you doubled your talent. How are you doubling your talent when you're the same person you were for the last 10, 15 years? Honestly, tell me that. How are you doubling your talent when you're the same guy, the same woman? No significant change in your spirit. And you expect the Most High to reward you with the kingdom? We're all sadly mistaken if we think how we operate and the level of effort that we operate, not changing what's inside of us, is going to grant us the kingdom. What we can't control is how many talents the Most High has given us. What we can control is are we working on the things that we're not naturally talented at. That's what we can control. And based upon our willingness to attack and face those things that we're unnatural in, is what determines Christ accepting your effort or not. And that's the fruit chapter 1 is talking about. Are you going to bring good fruit? That means you're going to work on what's inside of you and change yourself or not? I'm sorry, I keep going. That's the point.
That's the whole point. Read on.
Verse 20, wherefore by their fruits ye shall know them.
Go ahead.
Verse 21, not everyone that saith unto me,
that's why Christ said what?
Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom.
There's a lot of guys saying Lord, Lord, but they ain't working on one side of them.
They ain't fixing themselves.
I'm saying Lord, Lord, doing the same things the Most High gave me that was natural.
Right.
I'm the same old two-step because that's what I'm good at.
I got the same opinion. I got the same pride.
I don't got to do it that way.
Yeah.
You know what that means? I don't have to come out of myself and change.
I never developed real hospitality or charity. Never developed any real sacrifice. Never developed commitment or dedication.
All the things I'm not good at. All you're saying is things that people aren't naturally good at. And because they're not naturally good at it, I avoid it. And I stick to my strengths and think I'm operating in wisdom. No, you're operating in selfishness. But you expect to be selfish and expect the Most High to honor your selfishness or your slothfulness. Because that person who had that one talent and hid it under the ground, Moses says you're a slothful servant. So those of us who use our abilities and just to do this Most High thing with what we're naturally inclined to do are slothful servants. Sorry.
No, that's it. Read on.
Verse 21 again. Not everyone that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven.
Read on.
But he that doeth the will of my Father which is in heaven.
And that's why you gotta ask yourself and do an assessment. You gotta examine yourself whether you're in the faith. You gotta examine yourself. Are you operating according to the Most High's will, or are you doing things according to your own will? And your fruits or your actions declare it. Are you doing what you want to do, or are you doing what the Most High is requiring of you? And many men should ask, and women should ask themselves that same question.
No doubt. And you know how you can tell you're not doing enough? Because the Most High brings people around you that are opposite of you, that run circles around you in arenas that you're not naturally good at. And what do you do with that person that runs circles around you in something that you're not strong at? Most of us avoid them like the plague. When we're around people that do things better than us, we avoid them. And that lets you know, if you're honest, where you're at with the Heavenly Father. Because what you should be doing with people that can do what you do twice as good is learning how to trace them. It's not about man pleasing. It's about learning how to do something better in yourself, following people's methods that are superior to yours. Shouldn't that be the only thing that matters? The only thing that should matter is let me do something better than how I do it. Because all that matters is can I be more effective? Can I be more effective at what I do? Can I work on things that I'm not naturally strong at and just improving it? The only thing that should matter is growth and improvement and being better than what I was yesterday. Because that's all you can control. The Most High brings so many different people around us that we can learn from. Do that instead of distancing yourself from them or scrutinizing them or telling yourself, I don't have to do it that much. That's because you're slothful. You tell yourself you don't got to do it. This person ain't my leader, ain't my head. It's because you're slothful. and you really just want to do what you want to do, and you got to find a reason to be selfish and slothful. Anyway. Sorry.
That just to back up that point that you're making right now. Solidify that point. You can let that go. Let's go back to where we were in Kings. You were in we're in
Joseph. I gotta say one thing, and that shows that's the judgment of the Lord. People have a problem with the Lord's judgment.
Yep.
He said, "My ways are not thy ways." The foolishness of the Lord is greater than the wisdom of man.
Yep.
So what we think is foolish, this is stupid, it's a classic Israelite statement.
Yeah.
It's one of the top 15 Israelite statements.
You know why people say it's foolish and stupid? Because people hate looking weak. People hate looking vulnerable. And when somebody can do something better than you, that feeling of being vulnerable and weak and awkward supersedes your humility.
Yep.
That feeling of vulnerability is what you call pride.
Yep.
Pride goeth before destruction, because we hate looking bad, we hate being exposed, we hate our weaknesses being brought out in Front Street. We hate that, so we run from those people. But those people are what you need to grow. Growth should be more important than how I feel and how I look. I'm sorry.
You know what I'm saying? So we play the game of I have an opinion. The first thing we do is judge my set of circumstances. And I make a judgment if this is fair. We call it fair or not fair. Which is basically, I'm God. I'm judging my situation. I don't think this is fair, or I don't think this is necessary. Those are the two minds we go into. It's unfair or it's unnecessary. And based on that unnecessary situation, then now I choose convenience. Because if I don't think this is necessary, this is excessive, then let me cut off, which is natural for anybody, let me cut off anything that I think is unnecessary. If it's not necessary, let me cut this out of my daily routine. Or this is unfair. Now, because it's unfair, I have to create a defense, like a lawyer. I need to go ahead and go into all the books of my life and collect all the situations where it was unfair. And I have to liken this situation I'm doing now. I have to like and create a similarity of this. Remembers this reminds me when I was in 3rd grade. This reminds me when I went to high school. This reminds me when I played soccer. This is when I got kicked out of school. This right here is when I went to church. People treat me like this. Now you create an emotional element, and you connect and associate the emotional element with your current scenario. So now you have a passion. I feel some type of way. So now you're associating your feeling some type of way with this is not necessary. You are demotivating yourself to serve Christ. We demotivate ourselves. So that's why we have to teach motivation every day.
Right. But you know, when you look at comparing yourself, looking at what's fair, who did Abraham have himself to compare to when the Most High told him sacrifice Isaac?
Nobody.
Who was he able to say, well, I don't see everybody having to sacrifice their firstborn son. I don't see everybody being told to compare himself to. Nobody. But he still had to execute the will of the Most High. And the Most High was still putting him in that scenario, even though he was, at the time, the only one asked to sacrifice Isaac, because the Most High wanted to see the will of that man's heart. The nature of that man's heart. The quality of that man's heart. Do you have the faith to do something that you know I've never told anybody else, or you've never read in history? But a lot of times we only want to do something when we see other people do it. But there's not always going to be a situation where you're going to have to follow the Most High no matter what. Even if you're the only one having to subject yourself to that. There's a lot of things where the Most High may require something of you that's not being required of the people around you to say, well, I don't think this is fair. But when you do have, this is the crazy part about it is, you do have people that are doing the same thing that you're being asked to do, and you still don't want to do it, because you still find a way to say, well, that's not fair, or it's unjust, and that's what makes it even more insane in what you're saying.
It makes it madness.
It makes it madness.
I want to pull one scripture. Ecclesiastes 16 and verse 4. This scripture should explain why you have to trace. This is why you have to trace.
Ecclesiastes chapter 16 verse 4.
Trace the greater example.
Yeah.
I want to make sure we understand. This is not about following man. It's about following the greater example, the more effective way, the better approach. People want to sit back and say, "Well, I ain't got to follow man." No, you're not supposed to follow man. You're supposed to follow the greatest example. Just like the Most High kept saying, all these kings didn't follow David's example. All these kings' heart wasn't as pure as David's. He keeps saying that because that's what he wants everybody to follow. But isn't the Most High saying follow this man's example? Isn't that what the Bible says?
Yeah, and this is the funny part. We'll say, man,
I ain't following man.
We'll say, man, the king was wicked, and the people followed the wickedness of the king. That's such a sad thing. But then when the Most High give you somebody good, you don't follow.
No, I ain't following that guy.
You don't follow the guy that wants to smoke. God can teach. Yeah. Get the scripture out. Don't worry about me. I'm working on it. Get the scripture out.
Here's what you're saying.
You want to follow him.
I don't want to follow the sinner, but I don't want to follow the guy that outworks me either.
You don't
So that's what the example of what David's like. Listen, follow the example of the guy that outworks me. No, I don't want to do that. No, I don't want to follow the wicked man. I don't want to follow the guy that outworks me. I want to be in the middle.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
You want to pick and choose how much you want to bring to the table and think the Most High is going to accept that.
And the Most High has a problem. I got you right here.
I'm sorry, you got it, bro. I just want to paint that picture out.
Ecclesiastes 16 verse 4.
Ecclesiastes in the Apocrypha chapter 16 verse 4. For by one that hath understanding shall the city be replenished.
Read it again.
For by one that hath understanding shall the city be replenished.
Read it again.
For by one.
For by 1,000 people.
For by one.
15 million examples.
One.
10 million strong brothers all at the same time, powered up.
At the same time.
Yahweh B'Hashem Yahweh Shai, with the fringes and braids and ripped.
You gotta be ripped.
You gotta be ripped to be powerful. Man, brother's ripped. I'm following that brother. Huh? That's what I see. I'm coming in all of the truth.
Yeah, go to Jeremiah 14 and
like damn, he looks like he's that guy. He's that guy. I can see it. I see the Most High's with him, huh? He's moisturized.
He's shiny.
He's moisturized 100%. He got all the pink lotion in his hair. He's good to go.
Pink lotion.
That's what we do. That's really what we do. I know it's funny, but it's the truth.
He looks the part.
They kept saying, the Bible said that. The Bible kept saying all these guys that look the part, they want to follow him. That's not his opinion.
Absalom had some nice. It
was Absalom was a dinosaur. It was all those guys. They were smiling. Huh?
Saul too.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're tall, if you got the right hair texture, if your skin is shiny, you got the cheekbones, you're going to get some followers.
Oh my God, cheekbones.
If you got cheekbones out, you know you had the cheekbones out. You know you had the little cheekbones out. Like, you know what? I'm going to follow this brother out. He's exotic.
He had the chin, he had the chin out.
Yeah, he had the jawline out. It's the guy I'm going to follow. I'll submit. I'm submitting now because he got the jawline.
It's like this, it's like this.
He dropped the scripture, and you saw a little muscle jump when he was talking. I'm going to submit to that guy. That's what we want to do, bro. We're physical people, bro. We're carnal. That's carnal, right? That's what we really do. That's real Israel, right? We expect to see that. If we see the physical presentation, then you know what? That's why the Most High had Christ come back, and he wasn't that guy. Why didn't the Most High make him look like that? You think it was a coincidence? The Savior of the world, of Israel, Savior of the 12 tribes of Israel, came back looking. He wasn't that guy.
More marred than any man.
He's more marred than any man. Why would the Most High have Christ come back like that? To see if he really want to follow the Most High himself.
Yep.
Not because, look at Christ. He's so comely. I'll follow this guy. He has wisdom, obviously. He knows we're partial based on what we see visually. Right? So read the scripture one more time.
Ecclesiastes chapter 16 verse 4. For by one
now he might not look the way you want him to see, right? It's by one. He's not going to look the way. He might not drive what you want him to, what you see. You expect the general to drive. He should drive like a general. His house should look a certain way. He should present a certain way. He should say words that don't offend you. Everything he says should not be offensive. The point of the scripture is you're going to have to trace something or some example. And it's not going to be a lot of examples. So why am I fighting a superior example? The true charity, and correct me if I'm wrong, Juan, wouldn't the true charity be I emulate one of understanding, so I can be that one of understanding for somebody else?
Right, absolutely.
The whole purpose of tracing and emulating and following and modeling myself after somebody is so I can be that one of understanding and replenish another city. Because there's lots of cities, there's lots of flocks, there's lots of sheep. All these sheep, not that many shepherds. But instead of doing our due diligence and humbling ourselves and being uncomfortable for the purpose of getting the skill sets necessary so we can open up another city, so we can open up and deal with more flocks, we say, no, I got an excuse. It was uncomfortable. It was unnecessary. It wasn't unfair. I didn't like his speech. He didn't look the part. Meanwhile, the whole time, we're dismissing the Most High. Y'all see that point?
Yep.
We're dismissing the Most High. We're dismissing the Most High gave you certain people to follow. And I'm not saying it's me. I'm saying the Most High gave you someone that your spirit can follow, that upgrades your intellectual ability to submit to the word of the Most High and helps you and shows you day to day in action, in practice. I just telling you what to do, we're not doing it. The person's doing it because they're outworking you. And that's the person I choose to persecute or look at negative or dismiss. That's what makes me wicked. That's what makes me quote unquote negative. That's what makes me ineffective.
It makes me defective because that's what the scripture says.
I just cancel myself. Like we be canceling people that we don't like what they say. We be canceling examples. We be like, the same way Esau and them are canceling certain people that have free speech. I want to cancel that guy. I don't like what he said. I want to cancel him. I want to cancel him. We have an opinion and we cancel our examples. And then you're like, where are the teachers at?
Yeah.
Where's the help?
Where's the truth?
Where's the truth? How come somebody come to my refrigerator and see what I got in my refrigerator? Well, you're not even in the camp anymore. What are you talking about? How come nobody cared about me? How come nobody looked for me? Nobody came to search for me. No, those were search parties to come see that one sheep. You know where the sanctuary was at. So that's the whole point. It don't take a lot of people, bro.
Most High brings us enough people there to give us an option to choose to give more. That's just what it is. And if you choose not to accept that, it doesn't mean you're a wicked person. But the Most High does say you're still defective. And when you sit back here and decide to stop pushing, the Most High is going to. We're going to read even more about what happened with Asa. There's another aspect to what he chose not to do, which displeased the Heavenly Father. And it wasn't about wickedness and righteousness. You're going to realize Asa's flaws had nothing to do with wickedness and righteousness. Asa's flaws were about how much he was willing to commit and lose for the Most High in Christ. Well, let's go there. Let's keep going. Hopefully we'll get there today. Let's continue. In the Josephus.
Paragraph 1, page 234, chapter 12. Now Asa the king of Jerusalem was of an excellent character and had a regard to the Most High, and neither did nor designed anything but what had relation to the observation of the laws. He made a reformation of his kingdom, and cut off whatsoever was wicked therein, and purified it from every impurity. Now he had an army of chosen men that were armed with targets and spears. Out of the tribe of Judah 300,000, and out of the tribe of Benjamin that bore shields and drew bows 250,000.
It's a strong number. Read on.
But when he had already reigned 10 years, Zerah, king of Ethiopia, made an expedition against him.
That's why I said it was 10 years of Asa with no wars, of peace, right? Now the Ethiopians are trying to raise up and take some territory. Read on.
Zerah, king of Ethiopia, made an expedition against him with a great army of 900,000 footmen.
That's a large number, bro. So that double number. It's double. Read on.
And 100,000 horsemen and 300 chariots. And came as far as Mareshah.
That's like 1.2 million, man. Read on.
A city that belonged to the tribe of Judah. Now when Zerah had passed so far with his own army, Asa met him, and put his army in array over against him in a valley called Zephathah, not far from the city. And when he saw the multitude of the Ethiopians, he cried out, and besought the Most High to give him the victory, and that he might kill many 10,000s of the enemy. For, said he, I depend on nothing else but that assistance which I expect from thee.
You know, that assistance, he says he expected the assistance from the Most High because he was in order. That confidence and boldness comes when you're doing things right. And you're fighting what's inside of you. That's when the boldness comes in. You have nothing to lose because you're on point. That's what the Most High said in Ecclesiasticus. I think it was 28:1, where he said the righteous are as bold as a lion. That's what it means. I gotta get there real quick. No, it's not 28:1. I gotta get this verse. It's 20. Yeah, it's Proverbs 28:1, but there's another one in Ecclesiasticus. Read that, Proverbs 28:1, someone.
God, Proverbs chapter 28, verse 1. It reads, the wicked flee when no man pursueth, but the righteous are bold as a lion.
The righteous are bold as a lion. What Asa is saying in the face of being outnumbered by 2 and 3, his boldness was there because of the work he put in. When you're sitting back here fighting what's inside of you, your confidence level is to the roof. You're not going to have that fear of loss because you know if you're right and you're doing things the right way, the Most High will be there for you. Okay? Ah, man, what was that verse in and there it is. It's Wisdom of Solomon 5:1. That's what I was looking for.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 5, verse 1 in the Apocrypha.
Read that.
Then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him, and made no account of his labor.
Listen, that person that afflicted you, you're going to sit back here and stand in boldness because of your conduct. Your conduct gives you that strength to rise up against the people who've afflicted you and harmed you. That's the benefit of being on point. Is you know that you've done everything you can, and the Most High is going to back me because I went all in, and I've given all I can. That's how your faith is built, is by how much you commit, and that's where the confidence comes in. Let's continue with the Josephus.
For said he, I depend on nothing else but that assistance which I expect from thee, which is able to make the fewer superior to the more numerous, and the weaker to the stronger. And thence it is alone that I venture to meet Zerah and fight him.
Read on.
Paragraph 2. While Asa was saying this, the Most High gave him a signal of victory, and joining battle cheerfully on account of what the Most High had foretold about it.
I don't know if that signal was the Urim and the Thummim or what, but it was the Most High let him know he was going to win.
Sometimes it's you read in scriptures. Sometimes it's just the blowing of the wind across a few trees. Yeah, sometimes he would give them signals. But see, even with that one, he told them that. Right.
I'm not sure if it was something that was verbally said the Most High told him, or was that glowing of the Urim and the Thummim.
Go to Josephus real quick. Go to book 18, chapter 8, and go to chapter 6, paragraph 6.
Okay, you said Josephus?
Josephus, book 18, chapter 8, paragraph 6.
Page 495.
Page 495 in the Josephus. Just to show that historically, there's a multitude of ways that the Most High could make himself known to you, to let it be known that the victory is going to be on your side. You know what I'm saying? Read this right here.
Book 18, chapter 8, paragraph 6, page 495.
Page 495, right? Go ahead and read that.
When Petronius
was an enemy, he was an enemy to the Jews. Go ahead.
When Petronius had said this,
but Petronius had an order from Caligula, which was at the time the Roman Caesar, was the Caesar of Rome.
Mm-hmm.
He was the president of Rome, the leader of Rome. He had an order to go out and build statues of himself in all Jewish provinces. So Petronius was the one that was carrying out the order of making sure that these statues of Caligula get built in the Jewish synagogues. So he was an enemy of the Jews. But he put himself in danger and he switched sides. And he says, you know what? because of the piety and the reverence of these particular people, I'd rather take the blame for this statue not being built in Jerusalem or in their synagogues, and I'd rather die for it. So he was an enemy who converted his thought process because of the piety and reverence he had towards the Jews. Read on.
Well, Petronius has said this, and had dismissed the assembly of the Jews, he desired the principal of them to take care of their husbandry, and to speak kindly to the people.
He said, listen, I'm not going to build this statue, and whatever Caligula does to me, if he kills me, he kills me. Y'all go back home and go back to work. Read on.
And encourage them to have good hope of their affairs.
Go ahead.
Thus did he readily bring the multitude to be cheerful again. And now did the Most High show his presence to Petronius.
He says, now the Most High showed his presence to who?
To Petronius.
Now the Most High showed his presence to Petronius, who at first was an enemy of the Jews, by what? Read on.
And to signify to him that he would afford him his assistance in his whole design.
How did he appear to Petronius? Read on.
For he had no sooner finished the speech that he made to the Jews, but the Most High sent down great showers of rain.
He said he sent down great showers of rain. Go ahead.
Contrary to human expectation.
Contrary to the meteorologist.
Yeah, the
forecast.
meteorologist said it was going to be sunny clouds. It's going to be 81,
85. 0% chance of precipitation.
Yeah, no humidity. You know what I'm saying? Clear skies all day.
Yeah.
Right? He said, go ahead.
Contrary to human expectation.
Read on.
For that day was a clear day.
That day was what?
A clear day.
And the Most High showed Petronius that he was with the speech by letting the Jews worship their God undefiled by sending heavy rains on a clear day. Read on.
And gave no sign.
And gave what?
No sign.
And you never saw the rain coming. Read.
By the appearance of the sky of any rain, nay, the whole year have been subject to a great drought.
Not only was it no rain, but it hadn't rained all year. Read on.
And made men despair of any water from above, even when at any time they saw the heavens overcast with clouds.
So it was so bad that it was, even when it was cloudy, men still didn't expect rain.
Wow.
Because it was drought. It was a drought. They were in a drought. Read on.
And so much that when such a great quantity of rain came, and that in an unusual manner, and without any other expectation of it, the Jews hoped that Petronius would by no means fail in his petition for them.
That was a sign. They took it as a sign from the Most High that the Most High was pleased with the situation, and that the Most High was pleased in the fact that he wasn't going to allow them to be destroyed and have a paganistic demigod, so to speak, that Caligula wanted to be, and set up in the middle of a church of a Roman Caesar. He said, you know what? This is how the Most High made himself known to the Jews, with situations that only you know that he can come through on. That he left no doubt whatsoever that it wasn't the Most High being present. So the Most High uses many different situations to let you know that he's there and he's in agreement with whatever's being done. There's a multitude of signs. That's just one of them. But like you said, the blowing of the trees is one of them. Rain on a clear day is another one. There's a variety of ways the Most High, and the Greeks call this, in the footnotes, the Greeks call this parousia and epiphania. And what that means is, it means the appearing and presence of God. And that's what people prayed for. They always prayed for the appearance and the presence of the Most High. That word parousia means second coming. And it's just like Christ. We pray that Christ comes back and returns for our deliverance, for our salvation, just like the Most High did in this time right here. So you can let that go and go back to where it was in Josephus.
So let's go. So Mosai gave Asa this sign that he was going to sit back and win this victory regardless of the numbers and the circumstances. Let's continue. Josephus, yes.
We're at the end of line 293. For said he, I depend on nothing else but that assistance which I expect from thee, which is able to make the fewer superior to the more numerous, and the weaker to the stronger, and thence it is alone that I venture to meet Zariah and fight him.
Slow.
While Asa was saying this, the Most High gave him signal of victory, and joining battle cheerfully on account of what the Most High had foretold about it. He slew a great many of the Ethiopians, and when he had put them to flight, he pursued them to the country of Gerar. And when they left off killing their enemies, they partook themselves to spoiling them. For the city Gerar was already taken, and to spoiling their camp, so that they carried off much gold and much silver, and a great deal of other prey, and camels, and great cattle, and flocks of sheep. Accordingly, when Asa and his army had obtained such a victory, and such wealth from the Most High, they returned to Jerusalem. Now, as they were coming, a prophet, whose name was Azariah, met them on the road and bade them stop their journey a little, and began to say to them thus, that the reason why they had obtained this victory from the Most High was this, that they had showed themselves righteous and religious men, and had done everything according to the will of the Most High.
Wow, read that one more time.
Yeah.
Read that part one more time.
That the reason why they had obtained this victory from the Most High was this, that they had showed themselves righteous and religious men.
He said, this is why the Most High would have come through for you in the midst of a battle, because you've proven yourselves to be what?
Righteous and religious men.
Because you've shown throughout time that you've been righteous and religious men. And that earned the respect of the Most High to say, this is why I'm going to go ahead and defend you in this battle and help you overcome this battle. Because of the fact that you've been righteous and you've been religious. Go ahead.
And had done everything according to the will of the Most High.
He says that they've done everything according to what?
According to the will of the Most High.
He says they've done everything according to the will of the Most High. So, somebody give me John chapter 5 verse 30.
John chapter 5 verse 30.
Huh. Let everybody get it.
John chapter 5 verse 30.
And so if doing the will of the Most High, doing everything according to the will of the Most High is what guarantees the Most High's assistance, then that's something that we need to harp on and that we need to push even that much more. That if it's through executing the Most High's will is what will provide the Most High your assistance, as needed when you pray to Him, then there's something that we need to not underestimate. St. John 5 and 30, read that.
I can of my own self do nothing.
And this is Christ speaking. He says, I cannot of myself do what?
Do nothing.
What does that mean? That means Christ doesn't operate off his pride. He doesn't come up with his own imagination, and he doesn't operate based like David I was talking about, based upon his own feelings. I feel a certain way. I don't go off my feelings. Kanye West said, I tap into my feelings, and therefore I have a connection with God. That's what Kanye West said.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's what he said. That's what he said just recently. He just said, I tap into my feelings, and I get a connection with God. I tap into my feelings. Christ said what?
I can of mine own self do nothing.
Christ said, I don't make up my own decisions. I don't go off my feelings. Read on.
As I hear.
He says, I wait till people speak to me. Read on.
I judge.
Then I judge. Go ahead. I don't have this preconceived notion of what I think is right or wrong. Read on.
And my judgment is just.
And why does Christ say his judgment is just? Read on.
Because I seek not mine own will.
Because what?
Because I seek not mine own will.
In the class you brought out last night, it's not about what you want. You're supposed to be separated from what you want, giving yourself to what the Most High wants from you. But a lot of people got this confused idea that I can serve myself and I can serve Christ. I can serve myself and I can serve God. I can serve myself in what I want and still be accepted by the Most High. That's not what Christ said. Christ said, I can of mine own will do nothing. Go ahead.
But the will of the Father which hath sent me.
He says, but what?
But the will of the Father which hath sent me.
And he says, this is why his judgment is just. Because he doesn't have his own opinion. He doesn't execute his own will. He doesn't tap into his own feelings. He doesn't go off feelings. He go off what's right and what's wrong based upon what the Most High considers right and wrong. And that's what got the help of Asa in this particular battle. Mm-hmm. And so let that go and finish where you was at. Read that part one more time.
That the reason why they had obtained this victory from the Most High was this.
And we'll tell them where you at. I'm
in book 12, chapter 12. We're at the end of line 295, right before line 296.
This is perfect. This goes what we were saying earlier. Keep going on.
That the reason why they had obtained this victory from the Most High was this, that they had showed themselves righteous and religious men, and had done everything according to the will of the Most High. That therefore he said, if they persevered therein, the Most High would grant that they should always overcome their enemies.
And this is what the Most High told them. When we read the actual scriptures, this was told to Asa. If you persevere and you continue on the path that you start, the Most High will always be there for you. It's a lesson that Asa forgot down the line. But he was reminded, if you sit back here and persevere and do that which is right, he'll always look after you, regardless of the circumstance. Read on.
If they persevered therein, the Most High would grant that they should always overcome their enemies and live happily.
Yes, it is.
But that if they lift off his worship, all things shall fall out on the contrary. And a time should come wherein no true prophet shall be left in your whole multitude.
Golly, bro.
Nor a priest who shall deliver you a true answer from the oracle.
Why? Because there was going to come a time when we just kept rejecting it. The reason is we didn't want to hear truth. That's what Isaiah said. Isaiah said, he said, speak to us lies.
Smooth things.
Smooth things. Prophesied deceit. And eventually the Most High gave us over to our hearts. If there's nobody standing up for what's right, then what's going to happen is he's going to sit back here and give us over to that scenario. And he's going to give us people that just keep lying. So he's like, you better keep fighting to persevere. What he's saying is fight to keep this standard at all costs. Because if y'all don't fight for it over time, nobody's going to fight for it. There's going to be a constant diminishing of the standard. Anyway.
And Kings is that the book of Kings. The book of 1 Kings, 2 whoever wants the last one. Whoever wants.
If I can go here too, real quick, that way before you grab that, just to show what our problem is and why we don't persevere. You can go to John. That one, you can read this real quick. John chapter 4, start at verse. Start at verse 43 real quick.
John chapter 4 and verse 43. Now after 2 days he departed thence, and went into Galilee. For Jesus himself testified that a prophet hath no honor in his own country. Then when he was come into Galilee, the Galileans received him, having seen all the things that he did at Jerusalem at the feast. For they also went unto the feast. So Jesus came again into Cana of Galilee, where he made the water wine.
That was the first miracle he ever performed, was turning water into wine. That was Christ's first miracle. So he came back to that same place where he performed his first miracle. Read.
And there was a certain nobleman whose son was sick at Capernaum. When he heard that Jesus was come out of Judea into Galilee, he went unto him and besought him that he would come down and heal his son.
And heal his son. Same thing we read earlier about Jeroboam. Read on.
For he was at the appoint of death. Then said Jesus unto him, except ye see signs and wonders, ye will not believe.
What's the people's problem?
Except ye see signs and wonders, ye will not believe.
What's our problem?
Except ye see signs and wonders, ye will not believe.
Unless our problem is what distorts our pursuits and our the word he just used in endeavors in the Josephus, what distorts our endeavors and our ability to keep trying and persevere is the fact that we don't believe something until we see it with our own eyes. That's our biggest downfall. We gotta wait to see something to believe something in order to know that the Most High is there, and the Most High cares about me, and the Most High loves me. Or am I doing this in vain? Because all this, I'm working hard. I'm trying to fight and do right. I'm trying to follow the commandments. I'm trying to give, be charitable. But all this I may feel like, man, I don't see the fruit of it. So this may be in vain. So I'm gonna slow down. I don't agree that this has to be at this pace. I should have to operate at this pace to please the Most High. So I'm gonna wait to see it to believe it. And Christ knows that that's our problem. That's why He told this man right off the jump when He asked to heal his son. He said, "Listen, except you do what?
Except ye see signs and wonders, ye will not believe."
He said, unless you see it with your own eyes, you're not going to believe it anyway. Read on.
The nobleman saith unto him, Sir, come down ere my child die.
He said, hurry, hurry, my son's about to die. Go ahead.
Jesus saith unto him, Go thy way, thy son liveth. And the man believed the word that Jesus had spoken unto him.
Now what do we say? We say we believe too, right? Don't we say we believe in the Bible?
Mm-hmm.
Don't we say we believe in the Most High? Don't we say we believe in Christ? We say we believe too. The man said the same thing. I believe. I'm going to go home. Read on.
And he went his way. And as he was now going down, his servants met him and told him, saying, Thy son liveth.
He said, you know what? Your son made it through. He's alive. Now, what would the natural recourse be when you got that kind of news?
You want to run home and see it yourself?
No, you gonna praise the Most High. You'll be thankful.
As soon as you hear it.
You heard the good news. My son made it.
Drop to your knees.
Right. Thank the Lord. Rakatha Yahweh Shem Yahushai. Right. You want to thank the Most High. But what did this man do?
Verse 52. Then inquired he of them the hour when he began to amend.
Come on, man.
Damn.
Wait a minute. After hearing the news that your son made it alive, he want to know what time it was that you got the news. What does that got to do with anything?
I'm skeptical still.
Because he was still skeptical, although he said, I believe with his mouth. But Christ already knew he was skeptical. That's why He told him before he even healed his son, you only going to believe unless you see it with your eyes. The problem is your faith is small. And that's why our people don't persevere. Because they got little faith. That's why our people don't overcome their situations. Because they don't believe all the way. They don't believe wholeheartedly. That's why the man is still skeptical. What time was it that the child was healed? What does it matter? Shouldn't it only matter that the child is healed? What does it matter what time? Read.
And they said unto him, Yesterday at the 7th hour the fever left him.
He said, yesterday at the 7th hour the fever left him. Go ahead.
You the technical.
Yeah, he had to get real technical, real precise. It was the 7th hour yesterday.
He wanted to match up when he was talking to Jesus, right?
That's exactly what he was trying to do.
Oh, okay.
He was trying to see if it was just a fluke that my son was healed already.
If it was
actually this man Jesus' word, because this man was a nobleman. So this man was a man of power.
A lot of resources.
Right, he had a lot of resources.
He was giving them medication.
He had servants.
Yes, sir.
So he still had to line it up to see, was it this man's actually word that healed my son, or is just a fluke and he was going to get better anyway? Read on.
Verse 53. So the father knew that it was at the same hour in which Jesus said unto him, Thy son liveth, and himself believed, and his whole house.
And then he believed. Now I believe this truth. He still carried the skepticism even after witnessing the miracle. And that's how our people operate. Our people could watch the Most High come through for them, knowing that it was only by the Most High's providence you was able to get over a situation or get through a situation.
Only way it could happen.
Only way it can happen. And you still hold on to an ounce of doubt. Our people still hold on to an ounce of, I'm not sure yet if this is the truth. I'm not sure yet if what I'm hearing is right. Our people still walk around with doubt even after miracles. And that's the part that's a shame. Because all of us got situations where we could say, if it wasn't for the Most High, I wouldn't be in this situation.
No doubt.
Now, if it wasn't for the Most High, I wouldn't have made it. If it wasn't for the Most High, I could have been a castaway. You know what I'm saying? But our people still hold on to that doubt. It takes people having to line things up and be critical to make sure that, you know what, for a certainty, okay, now I see with my own eyes, now I believe. It shouldn't have to take that long for you to see something with your own eyes to believe. It shouldn't have to take. Hope that is seen is not what?
Hope.
It's not hope. Hope that is seen is not hope. So it's just showing how our people operate. This is the issue that our people possess. Finish that, verse 54?
That was it.
That was it. So then we can go back to Josephus.
Line 297.
What?
Line 297.
Mm-hmm.
But your cities shall be overthrown, and your nation scattered over the whole earth.
Kinda.
And live the life of strangers and wanderers.
Listen, and that's where we're at now.
Yep.
We're still living a life of strangers and wanderers because this isn't our country.
Nope.
This isn't our home country. He says this is the curse if we stop persevering. Stop spiritually persevering. You know what? Black folks still persevere through all the slavery. In the carnal. But we stopped spiritually persevering years ago. And the consequence of not spiritually persevering is why we're in a country that's not ours, that's for all those guys out there that say that this land is our homeland, natural home. No, it ain't. Our natural homeland is in Jerusalem, in Israel. Because there are all people like, they don't want to tell you that the real homeland is. No, that's a lie, bro. The prophecy is telling you that, listen, we were vagabonds because we chose not to persevere. But continue, sir. Wow, strangers and wanderers.
But your cities shall be overthrown, and your nation scattered over the whole earth, and live the life of strangers and wanderers. So he advised them, while they had time, to be good, and not to deprive themselves of the favor of the Most High. When the king and the people heard this, they rejoiced, and all in common.
We don't look at it like we're depriving ourselves.
Yeah.
We look like we're gaining freedom.
Yeah.
That's some crazy mindset. I'm gaining something by skipping
being an individual.
Yeah, I'm skipping the Most High, so I'm gaining. No, you're depriving yourself of the Most High's power. You're looking at it completely backwards.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
When the king and the people heard this, they rejoiced, and all in common, and everyone in particular took great care to behave themselves righteously. The king also sent some to take care that those in the country should observe the laws also.
So he had managers or people to sit back and enforce the law throughout the kingdom. We're going to let this go, and now we're going to go to 2 Chronicles chapter 14. This is going to be the last chapter of the day. 2 Chronicles chapter 14. Just so we can finish off this part of the class. 2 Chronicles 14, verse 1 through 15. I'm sorry, chapter 14, verse 1 through chapter 15, verse 19. And this is just going to explain everything we just went through in the Josephus. So, 1 Chronicles 14, verse 1.
2 Chronicles.
2 Chronicles.
2 Chronicles chapter 14, verse 1. So Abijah slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the city of David. And Asa his son reigned in his stead. In his days the land was quiet 10 years.
10 years before the Ethiopians rose up. We read about how he was about righteousness and honor and removed all the idolatry. That was in
cut down the groves.
Exactly. That was in 1 Kings chapter 15, verse 9 through 15. Okay, but read on.
Verse 2. And Asa did that which was good and right in the eyes of the Lord his power. For he took away the altars of the strange gods in the high places, and brake down the images, and cut down the groves, and commanded Judah to seek the Lord power of their fathers, and to do the law and the commandment. Also he took away out of all the cities of Judah the high places and the images, and the kingdom was quiet before him. Verse 6. And he built fenced cities in Judah, for the land had rested, and the Lord had given him rest. Therefore he said unto Judah, Let us build these cities, and make about them walls, and towers, gates and bars, while the land is yet before us.
So what he's saying is during peacetime, he ain't just lay up and eat grapes all them day long. Hang out and smile out. You still got to prepare for possible war. Right? So while there was peace, there was still work and preparations. That's just wisdom and common sense. Read on.
Middle of verse 7. Because we have sought the Lord our power. We have sought him, and he hath given us rest on every side. So they built and prospered. Verse 8. And Asa had an army of men that bare targets and spears. Out of Judah 300,000. And out of Benjamin that bare shields and drew bows 280,000. All these were mighty men of valor. And there came out against them Zerah the Ethiopian with an host of 1,300 chariots, and came unto Marishah. Then Asa went out against him, and they set the battle in array in the valley of Zephathah at Marishah. Verse 11. And Asa cried unto the Lord his power, and said, Lord, it is nothing with thee to help, whether with many or with them that have no power. Help us, O Lord our power, for we rest on thee, and in thy name we go against this multitude. O Lord, thou art our power. Let no man prevail against thee. So the Lord smote the Ethiopians before Asa and before Judah, and the Ethiopians fled. Verse 13. And Asa and the people that were with him pursued them unto Gerar, and the Ethiopians were overthrown, that they could not recover themselves. For they were destroyed before the Lord and before his host, and they carried away very much spoil. Verse 14. And they smote all the cities round about Gerar, for the fear of the Lord came upon them, and they spoiled all the cities, for there was exceeding much spoil in them. They smote also the tents of cattle, and carried away sheep and camels in abundance, and returned to Jerusalem.
Chapter 15.
Chapter 15, verse 1. The Spirit of the Most High came upon Azariah, the son of Oded.
Yes.
Verse 2. And he went out to meet Asa, and said unto him, Hear ye me, Asa, and all Judah and Benjamin. The Lord is with you, while ye be with him, and if ye seek him, he will be found of you.
Listen, he's with you while you're with him. His love is conditional.
You gotta hear that again, though.
The Lord is with you while ye be with him.
I'm with you if you're with me.
Right.
And if you don't feel he's with you, it's because you're not with him.
Plus,
how about that one?
We have it though. Exactly. Oh, Most High is not here. I don't feel Most High.
Maybe you ain't around him. Maybe you're not putting the work in. We'll continue.
In verse 2. But if ye forsake him, he will forsake you.
It's that simple, right? Wow. It's very simple. If you feel he's forsaking you, it's because you've forsaken him first. If he's with you, it's because you made the effort and you were proactive enough to pursue him.
That's why he said, draw near unto me, not draw near unto you.
God, you're going to get what you put in. Yeah. If you're not getting the attention and the blessings you think you deserve, you have to put the work out. We always say it. You got to put the necessary work in to get the type of blessing that you want. We be having these gold caliber wants, and we got metallic effort out, metals out. I didn't want to say. I want to say metal. Right. Not even like silver, right? It's metal effort out. Copper, bronze, metal. It's metal. It's raw steel. Steel isn't even part of the equation. It's steel.
Carbon. Lead.
Aluminum effort. But we want these big blessings. And then we're dumbfounded that we don't get it. Because you don't put the necessary effort to gain what you're asking for. He's telling this is the answer right here. Read on. Damn, this is crazy, guys.
2 Chronicles 15:3. Now for a long season, Israel has been without the true power.
Shit, for like Solomon's last 20 years at least.
Yeah.
Then you had Rehoboam 17. Then you had Abijah's 3. So that's like 40 years of BS. Huh? Read on.
And without a teaching priest, and without law. Verse 4. But when they in their trouble did turn unto the Lord power of Israel and sought him, he was found of them.
You see the sought part? You got to turn and pursue. That he says they turned. They turned to the Most High and sought him. They pursued. That's the point.
Knocking the door should be open.
They sought after him. He's not just praying and asking for things. You have to pursue him. And in doing that, is how the Most High blesses you. Read on.
Verse 5. And in those times there was no peace to him that went out, nor to him that came in, but great vexations were upon all the inhabitants of the countries. And nation was destroyed of nation, and city of city. For the Most High did vex them with all adversity.
God.
Be ye strong therefore, and let not your hands be weak, for your work shall be rewarded.
Man, that's powerful.
God.
Verse 8. And when Asa heard
When it says the work shall be rewarded, Most High. Read on.
Verse 8. And when Asa heard these words and the prophecy of Oded the prophet, he took courage and put away the abominable idols out of all the land of Judah and Benjamin, and out of the cities which he had taken from Mount Ephraim, and renewed the altar of the Lord that was before the porch of the Lord.
So what he's saying is, earlier Asa was perfect himself. After this council was he pursued the enforcement of the law more. Now he's pursuing in these households. Now he's going to these households making sure they're not sinning. They're not following idols. So now there was more of a proactiveness in what he's doing. You see how it's almost like he started off righteousness by eliminating the sin and the negative and the idolatry in his periphery, in the large spots. Then after this counsel, or after this prophecy, he should have sitting back here and proactively started pursuing it. And this is where the Most High was happy with him. That it's showing you the level of effort it takes to eradicate negative. You have to go beyond your comfort level to make sure your nation is on point. Read on.
Yeah, but he had to first believe within himself.
God.
That's what the scripture in Corinthians say, having a readiness to revenge all disobedience.
Once yours.
Once your obedience is fulfilled. You're not qualified to push people in the right direction until you get yourself right.
That's why he said it took courage.
Yeah.
He said he took courage and put away the abominable idols out of the land of Judah and Benjamin. It takes courage to sit back here and stand up and not just do it for yourself, but enforce and go toe-to-toe with people that are resisting you.
Yep.
That's where the courage is. I'm going to go back and forth with you. I'm not going to bend. I'm not going to bend to your will. It takes courage not to bend, not to fold, not to sit back here and be afraid of losing friendships and connections and bonds. Because right is right and wrong is wrong. That's where the courageousness comes in. Read on.
Verse 9. And he gathered all Judah and Benjamin and the strangers with them out of Ephraim and Manasseh and out of Simeon.
So he had to sit back here and go to war with these Ephraimites that were serving other gods. Don't forget, it was Abijah who took over Bethel and those northern kingdom provinces. So he had to go into Ephraim and force them to follow the Most High too. And that was a very arduous task to change that whole culture.
Especially the people that were bent on serving Baal.
Yeah, Bethel was that hub for idolatry on the southern kingdom. That's what one of the calves were. No, it was Bethel. I mean, it was Bethel. It was Bethel. Mm-hmm. Bethel was where one of the calves were. The other one was up north in Dan.
Right. That's right.
So he had to sit back here and go to war because that was the captured territory that Abijah had. Just to get that in order. Read on.
Yeah. Verse 10. Or was I?
Verse 9 now.
Verse 9, right? Verse 9. And he gathered all Judah and Benjamin and the strangers with them out of Ephraim and Manasseh and out of Simeon.
So he sat back and gathered all these other tribes that were either absorbed into their country, or that just stayed and straggled along and chose not to stay with the northern kingdom's ways. Read on.
Middle of 9. For they fell to him out of Israel in abundance, when they saw that the Lord his power was with him.
So he's like, a lot of people left the south, the north, they went to the south because they saw the Most High was with them. So even the southern kingdom was mostly of Judah and Benjamin and Levi, but there was also Ephraim, Manasseh, and Simeon was still in the south over time, even in crisis time. Okay, so it was a mixed match of tribes. Okay, let's keep going.
Verse 10. So they gathered themselves together at Jerusalem in the 3rd month, in the 15th year of the reign of Asa. And they offered unto the Lord the same time of the spoil which they had brought, 700 oxen and 7,000 sheep.
So they're saying this is the 9.5 tribes came down here and made this offering as a covenant and connection with Judah. Read on.
Verse 12. And they entered into a covenant to seek the Lord power of their fathers with all their heart and with all their soul, that whosoever would not seek the Lord power of Israel should be put to death.
Wow. And that, you gotta sever the believers versus the unbelievers.
God?
What the scripture say, be not unequally yoked with unbelievers.
No doubt. Let's continue.
Whether small or great, whether man or woman.
Doesn't matter.
Verse 14. And they swear unto the Lord with a loud voice, and with shouting, and with trumpets, and with cornets. And all Judah rejoiced at the oath. For they had sworn with all their heart, and sought him with their whole desire. And he was found of them. And the Lord gave them rest round about.
That was a victory, man, for Judah, for the southern kingdom, man. To the point where, it also shows when you stand up for what's right, the Most High brings people to you.
He'll bring support.
He'll bring support. He'll bring believers there because of your fortitude, because of your desire to stick to what's right and do right. Read on.
God, verse 16. And also concerning Maacah, the mother of Asa the king, he removed her from being queen, because she had made an idol in a grove. And Asa cut down her idol and stamped it and burnt it at the brook.
So this also gives you kind of context of when he did that. In the midst of him sitting back here and doing a cleansing of the entire nation, he ends up sitting back here and finding his mother doing it and removed her from her position. It was at the time of spiritual zealousness that the Most High was happy with.
Purging out all that foolishness.
But this is the work it takes to sit back and clean your spiritual house. You have to clean within you, and then clean with everybody around you, if you want the Most High to honor you.
So if your mama gave you a voodoo doll, you keep it because it came from your mama.
Nah, bro.
You gotta get rid of that thing, man. Burn that thing up too, man.
Exactly.
Well, that's what we do. We pass down cultures that they adopted from previous times, and we feel like it's sentimental because it came from these people that we love. Yep. But even if it's sentimental, you got to look at, is it right or wrong?
It's a cursed object, man.
Yeah.
So what about one of them dream catchers?
What about it?
Is that considered? Is that like
That ain't spiritual.
That's not.
Hey, that do the Most High.
You don't read nothing about the dream catchers. Yeah. Matter of fact, go to Job real quick. Job 14.
It's a real thing, especially in the Latino Hispanic community. Like for us to, have and like we connect with that, and we take pride in that type of stuff because that kind of like we take pride in connecting with our ancestors in a sense.
You know that when you look at Gad,
so we symbolize that as like, oh, we give that gift to others, to our family members.
You know, when I was in New Mexico, they also as a cultural respect, a sign of cultural respect, Gad also handed some marijuana to me in my hand, and just held it in my hand like this and said, "This is a sign of respect." And yeah, you gotta take this because this is our culture.
Yeah.
I said, okay, no problem. Throw it back to trash, because you have to put a defining line between who are you going to serve. Well, even though it may be your culture, even though that doesn't mean it's correct. There's a lot of things that whether it's Judah, so-called Negroes, Issachar, so-called Mexican. There's a lot of things that our culture passed down to us, but that doesn't mean it's right. You know what I'm saying? Yes, sir.
I'll say the intent is not about offending them; it's about offending the Most High.
Absolutely.
That's how you're supposed to look at it.
You gotta absolutely. You gotta look at it. Although this may be your tradition. Matter of fact, we can read that too.
Matthew 15:3.
Say it again.
Matthew 15:3.
Yes, exactly.
Matthew chapter 15, verse 3.
Read that.
But he answered and said unto them, Why do ye also transgress the commandment of the Most High by your tradition?
By your what?
By your tradition.
So yeah, a lot of traditions that we have nothing to do with the Most High, but they were passed down to us from previous generations. It's up to us to comb through the Bible and find out, is this righteous? Is this a righteous tradition? Or is this just a man-made tradition? You know what? Easter egg hunts was passed down to me as a child. But what does eggs got to do with Christ? What does rabbits got to do with Christ? Nothing. The eggs and the rabbits. The rabbit is the animal that's known for their fertility. They're known to be able to have a brood of rabbits. Within a female could have up to 22 to 25 rabbits, and then within a few weeks be ready to have another 22 to 25 rabbits. It don't take them that long to produce. They reproduce rapidly. Mm-hmm. That rabbit is also tied to the deity Dionysus, Diana, the goddess of fertility. So when you go to pagan worship, and we got the book on it, showing you how the rabbit or the paganistic culture of introducing the worship of the goddess of fertility was introduced into Christianity, and when how this is now passed down to the kids and it's made fun like it's a game. There's money, there's $5 bills in there, there's chocolate in there, Cadbury bunny, little cream-filled Cadbury bunnies in there, or the little orange and yellow peat marshmallow little chickens. That I don't even know where that came from. I guess same thing.
Marshmallow chickens.
Yeah, the marshmallow chickens. Probably the egg also coming out the egg. Chickens hatch out of an egg. But the original formation of Easter, the word Easter is Astarte. That's the deity that you serve to worship the goddess of fertility. But even though it was fun, it was games, it was for the kids, what does that got to do with the Most High in Christ? Well, that has nothing to do with the Most High in Christ. That's a tradition. That's a man-made tradition. That tradition will get you in hell. So you got to ask yourself, do I keep the customs passed down to me because it was from my family? Or do I decipher and determine the Most High is against this custom because I study the origin? It's my job to study the origin of these things that have been passed down. I got to know where they come from. We used to have rabbit's feet in our pockets. A rabbit is an animal that you don't even eat. It's an abominable animal. Actually,
that was good luck, man.
The feet carry leprosy. That's where the rabbit's feet have leprosy. Same thing as armadillos. Armadillos carry leprosy. Rabbit's feet carry leprosy.
Oh, no.
Why would you want to be walking around with a rabbit's foot in your pocket saying it's for luck? With the chances, running the risk of getting leprosy. Yeah. We're gonna win today. The Cowboys gonna win today. Yeah, right. You know, so
they might win. You gonna lose.
Yeah,
they might win.
Put down them Cowboys.
Yeah, they might do it. I got my rabbit's foot. Read it again. Read it again.
Matthew chapter 15, verse 3. But he answered and said unto them, Why do ye also transgress the commandment of the Most High by your tradition?
So yeah, sometimes your traditions are in direct contrast and contradiction to the law, statutes, and the commandments of the Most High. And it's your job to study thyself, study to show thyself approved. You got to do the study and the research to find out, is your tradition something man-made? Is it really spiritual? Is it something the Most High wanted you to follow? Or is it something given to your foreparents and they didn't even know where it came from and they just did it, so they're just handing it down to you because you did it, they did it, now you're going to do it. It's family tradition. Now you got to decipher that, and it's your job to determine that. So by your tradition, go ahead.
verse 9.
Get the verse that says, full well he rejected the commandments of the Most High. Is that it?
Yeah.
That's it? Yeah, that's it right there. God.
Mark chapter 7, verse 6. He answered and said unto them, well has Isaiah prophesied unto you hypocrites.
He said, this is Christ speaking. He called the so-called leaders hypocrites. Go ahead.
As it is written, this people honored me with their lips.
He said they talk about they love God, they love Christ. He said, but they do it with their mouth. It's a lot of lip service. You still put that tree up every Christmas. You put that tree up with all the tinsel, all the lights,
silver
and gold tinsel. You still cooking for Thanksgiving, celebrating the torture and murder of the Pequot Indians. Go ahead.
But their heart is far from me.
It said, but their what?
Heart is far from me.
It said we'd much rather follow traditions than actually follow the Most High, because it's easier that way. It's comfortable. It brings the family together because we all share the same tradition. Read on.
Howbeit in vain do they worship me.
It said, but your holidays, the things that you consider traditional, that our people consider traditional, Christ calls that vanity. It doesn't get you closer to the Most High, not by 1 inch. Read.
Teaching for doctrines the commandments of men.
It says you'd rather support, maintain, and institute the commandments that come from men, that don't come from the Most High. The Most High got laws, high holy days that you should follow. Easter is not one of them. Pesach is one of them, which is Passover. Christmas is not one of them. Hanukkah is one of them. Day of Atonement is one of them, not Halloween. Feast of Tabernacle is one of them, not Valentine's Day. Read.
For laying aside the commandments of God.
It says you'd rather put aside the commandments of the Most High and not celebrate what He gave you to celebrate, and do what?
You hold the traditions of men.
You do what?
You hold the tradition of men.
And that's why He had to put His mother to the side like that and take her out of that position. Because she wanted to hold on to what?
The traditions of men.
She wanted to hold on to the traditions of men. And that's why He had to take His mother out of position, because of her traditions.
Yep. And her position and the power of her position.
Yep. Influence.
Exactly. Yeah. You have to remove that influence because she holds too strong of a position not to eliminate that threat and it's the threat to the spiritual confidence of the people.
Yep. You'll water down the people. Because you'll separate through those traditions, you'll separate the Most High from those people.
Yep.
Read on.
As the washing of pots and cups, and many other such things ye do.
Go ahead.
And He said unto them, full well ye reject.
He said it is guaranteed with our people. It's absolutely guaranteed that we do what?
Ye reject the commandment of God, that ye may keep your own tradition.
We'll fight like hell to keep our own tradition and then put the Most High's traditions on the back burner.
That's facts.
No, that's what He's saying. He said it's guaranteed that our people will do this. You keep Christmas going forever.
Yep.
You keep Halloween going forever. You keep Thanksgiving going on forever, but you won't observe Memorial Blowing of the Trumpet. You won't observe Day of Atonement. You won't observe Feast of Unleavened Bread. You won't observe Hanukkah. You know nothing about it.
You'll go broker.
You get another credit card. You'll open up another account, get another credit card, save money all year to make sure them kids got Christmas. But that's what we do. You can let it go.
Come.
Yeah. What is that?
And also,
Mark chapter 7,
the parents, they just want their kids to have fun each day on like the holidays, and don't like tell them like what it's about.
No doubt. It's about placating the kids, making the kids happy. And it's not about what the true originations or origins of those holidays were from. No doubt.
Yeah, like to make them like be happy for all of the days, like Halloween.
Yep. They didn't want to tell you about Santa Claus. They don't want to tell you where it came from. They don't want to tell you where the presents came from. They just want to keep the lie or the superstition kind of flowing.
They just want
tradition.
To like believe Santa. And yeah.
Yeah. You're right on point, man. Listen, we're getting close to 3, so we want to finish these last verses out. Give me verse 17. So with all this good that Asa's doing, he still didn't go all the way there. Give me verse 17.
Back in 2 Chronicles chapter 15, verse 17. But the high places were not taken away out of Israel. Nevertheless, the heart of Asa was perfect all his days.
So he didn't sin,
He didn't finish the job.
but he didn't finish the job either. He didn't finish the job, and the Most High still says, besides 3 men, David, Hezekiah, and Josiah, all the other kings were defective. So with his good heart, with his good intention, he still didn't maximize his ability.
Still came up short.
He still came up short. And it just shows, the Most High just shows us that there's different classes and caliber of men. And it's so important that we fight to be the highest caliber of man or woman we can be. I'm not going to go back into that rant. We did it already. Read verse 18.
Verse 18. And he brought into the house of the Most High the things that his father had dedicated, and that he himself had dedicated, silver and gold and vessels.
So he reestablished the temple. He refortified. Now we read this earlier in 1 Kings. This is just giving us more details about what happened during his time, like the wars with the Ethiopians. And chapter 16 goes into more detail. We'll do that next Saturday. But keep going.
Verse 19.
Matter of fact, it's not going to be next. Well, we're going to have class on Saturday.
Because it's the feast, so we'll do it on Sunday. We
I
can.
don't know. I'm not sure if we're going to do it. Yeah, that's TBA, man. We might not feel it on Saturday. We might just enjoy the feast now. But anyway, we'll see. It depends. But it's going to come off either next Saturday or the Saturday after that. Read on.
And there was more war.
No.
And there was no more war, excuse me. And there was no more war unto the 5 and 13th year.
30th.
And this is why it's so important to go from Genesis to Revelations. That's why on the weekend, Saturday, we're trying to go chapter by chapter, book by book. Because when we're quoting scriptures in class, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we're going scriptures. It's good to get to understand that precept, but you got to know background.
It allows you to have an understanding of where we're coming from. Why we're pushing what we're pushing. Why we're pushing the mindset that we're pushing. Because that mindset is talked about when you go chapter by chapter, book by book. You start getting a better overall picture of how the Most High thinks.
We're not against Genesis through Exodus, Numbers, Leviticus, Deuteronomy. We're not against the repetition of that understanding. But we're going to have to see, we need the congregation to learn the whole Bible. Old Testament, New Testament, Apocrypha, history. The more educated we are as a group, as a camp, hopefully that standard can be maintained down the line in our body.
It's always available to go back to and read and study. The more you know, the more you can sit back and see. There's nothing to hide here. You keep reading the Bible is very clear. The Most High wants one word. More. It's always more. If you really get the theme of it, he wants more. We go all around in circles. He wants more. And the law is the foundation of the pursuit of more. What did he tell you in 2 Chronicles or in Josephus? If you persevere, you'll keep getting blessed.
He'll be with you.
He'll be with you, but you got to keep the pursuing, keep that proactive nature. He said it in 2 Chronicles 15. He said, you to turn unto the Lord and sought him. Seek after him. It's the acknowledgement and the pursuit. That's how you persevere. Acknowledge and pursue. 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 And also it says, don't be weary in well doing. So you can't be weary in your pursuit. This is a pursuit. How much can I chase and pursue the Heavenly Father and His will? It's not about coasting. It's not about taking it easy. Can I pursue? Can I keep up the pace? Anyway.
Last year's changes wasn't good enough this year.
No, hell no. I got to keep seeking after Him.
Last year's knowledge wasn't good enough this year.
Ask, seek, knock. Is there a time that you stop knocking? I'm done knocking. You have to keep pursuing. You have to keep knocking. I'm sorry. Keep seeking.
Keep praying. Keep fasting. Keep giving on.
Keep improving.
Keep improving.
He said we want to be righteous. He said it. Didn't you pray to live right?
Want to know the Most High?
We prayed to know God.
It's not that much, God. Not that much service. I do want to serve the Most High, not that much though. Anyway, let's read verse 19 again.
Verse 19. And there was no more war until the 35th year of the reign of Asa.
So for 10 years, his first 10 years there was peace. Then it was 25 more years after the war with Ethiopia. There was peace. Now we're going to go into this maniac Baasha, which we're going to talk about his history first. Then we're going to chapter 16 after we talk about how Baasha got into power. So we're going to explain how he got into power and took over Jeroboam's son. Then we'll go on to the war between Asa and Baasha. And then we're going to kind of read where Asa kind of showed his weakness at. That'll be next week. All right? Any questions? All right. Amajim, Wapunya, Yerushalayim.
Rise and face Jerusalem.
All right. Yahweh. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Micah Allah.
Send Micah Allah.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
The people of Yasharallah.
The people of Yasharallah.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
For in thee.
For in thee.
Is our hope.
Is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Baruch Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Baruch Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Ha-ha-wa-ah. Nithalanah. Ha-thawa-ra.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Baruch Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Baruch Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Ha-ha-wa-ah. Nithalanah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Baruch Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Baruch Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Ha-ha-wa-ah. Nithalanah. Ha-ayo.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Baruch Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Baruch Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Ha-ha-wa-ah. Nithalanah. Sheman. Zayef. Lamashach. Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praises unto thy name.
And to sing praises unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness.
And thy faithfulness.
Every night.
Every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh, hast made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works.
I will triumph in the works
of thy hands.
Of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
how great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knows not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked shall spring as the grass.
When the wicked shall spring as the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh, art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On my enemies.
And my ear shall hear.
And my ear shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Ba'ashem Yahshua.
Ba'ashem Yahshua.
Psalms 133. Shayar,
Shayar,
Hama'ayawa, Laduad, Hanam, Ma, Tawal, Wama, Na'ayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gam, Yachad, Tashamad, Atuab, Ayo, Ara'ash, Yoran, Ayo, Hasakwan, Zakwan, Aharan, Shayaran, Ayo, Hayab, Manawathiwa, Kator, Karamwan, Shayaran, Ayo, Aurora, Kazayawan, Hayab, Sham, Tazawah, Tahawa, Ath, Amaraka, Hayaya, Arwalo, Ba'ashem Yahshua.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshua. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshua. Rachno Ba'ashradim Wabiyat Support. 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 Rock they ho! Rock they ho shot! 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 All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all love, all patience, all faith, all power from your hope. All power from your hope. All power from your hope. Ba'ashem Yahshua. Can you explain?
Yeah, we asked the Most High in the name of Christ to bless us and all the house of books scattered throughout the four corners of the earth, and that's why we went in 4 different directions to ask the Most High to bless us and the house of books and the schools scattered throughout the 4 corners of the earth. Then we asked the Most High in the name of Christ. I always said Barak Atayah Shai means blessed be the Most High, blessed be Christ. And we said that a few times. It said, I don't know if you said the water Yahweh, thank you, God, thank you, Christ. So now the scripture in Corinthians says that we salute one another with the holy kiss, or we greet one another with the holy kiss. So we're not going to kiss each other, but we're going to salute each other. We're going to ask the Most High in the name of Christ in Hebrew to bless each other, and you're going to return that blessing back to us. We're going to bless you, and you're going to bless us back, and then we're going to ask the Most High to bless and watch over the sisters, and the sisters are going to return that blessing back to us. All right. So let's go ahead and get that Dawiyat.
Before you do it, I want to say one thing to everybody. When you're sitting back here reading in Judges, not Judges, but Kings and Chronicles, many generations of Israel didn't even get a chance to really learn the law. A lot of generations had wicked leadership, wicked kings that didn't push the understanding of the Most High. A very small portion of people were given the scriptures the right way. A very small portion of people were actually given the law and taught the right way. don't dismiss or squander the time the Most High has given you guys. Very few people get this much information, this much teaching, this much attention to detail about how to please the Heavenly Father. A lot of people don't get this. Don't forget, this is a blessing, what you guys are getting every single day. Don't lose that mindset. You're very fortunate. A lot of people they don't see this for years. They don't get the opportunity to learn this for years. And then the end's gonna come in like, I didn't know anything. The Most High showed you all a lot of love and mercy to get it as early as you've got it. Don't squander this away. Don't squander this opportunity. You understand? All right.
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Yahweh Shai, Walker Yasha'Allah, Men of Israel, Muncher, Rock. Come here, shout. Come here, shout. Come here, shout. Top. Turn and face the sisters.
Mom Shabbat.
Sisters, please stand. Saluting out the daughters of Zion, Men of Israel, Muncher, Rock. Or Shalom.
Yahshua, explain what we just said.
We just said, in the name of the Most High in Christ, watch over you. Y'all pray the same prayer back. May the Most High in Christ watch over us.
Okay. Yahshua, dismissed. All out.
All right. Hey, did you get that?